must stand and face the hounds of hell and rot inside a corpse's shell. The foulest stench is in the air, the funk of 40,000 years. And grisly ghouls from every tomb are closing in to seal your doom. And though you fight to stay alive, your body starts to shiver. For no mere mortal can resist the evil of the thriller. Awake in a small room, a small stone room. You can see out the windows that you're high atop some building. It is lit softly with a single torch ensconced on the wall, and the gentle drip of condensation falls from the ceiling and trickles down the wall. Outside, you see that it is nighttime. The moon is low in the sky. A full moon rising through the sky slowly. And as you gather yourself, look around and recognize your compatriots, a distant bell, like a distant church bell, chimes, and as it bongs and then comes to rest, you count that the hour is 8 o'clock. You can sort of there are mists, around you that keep you from seeing too far, but you see that it seems the sound is coming from a village. You can sort of see, a village kind of past some buildings, which I'll describe in a second. The flicker of their faint torches through the heavy fog that lays over this land. A place of thatched roofs and carts in the street. The occasional little stone edifice. And you appear to be sort of at the very edge of this village, and in the other direction, a sort of a dark wood, a forest forms the boundary of this place. You can survey again out through this one window. A sort of you seem to be in something akin, as you see the moonlight start to fall, right? Like as it rises a little bit, the moonlight starts to illuminate some of your environments, and there is a sort of courtyards and old twisted, gnarled trees in this courtyard. There are buildings that are reminiscent of shrines, sort of old, I would say, derelict but not quite dilapidated. Not abandoned, but just old and weathered by the years. There's a yard. You can kind of make out the tumbled form of old gravestones in a fenced-off graveyard. There are various statuary adorn the buildings, decorations washed out by the weather and the years. Their features smudged, but things like gargoyles and cherubs and saints and angels and so forth adorn this building. There is, aside from the single window and the torch in the room, the floors gently creak as you step on them quietly, ever so faintly. A set of chimes that's kind of hanging by the window stirs, and every once in a while the breeze will be enough for it to make one chime knock into another and very, very faintly ring. There is one obvious door. It's aside from the window. It's shut. I think I said that you're up a ways. You seem to be in some tower. Perhaps 2 or 3 stories up, looking down on the courtyard. The terrain is hilly, right? You can see that this monastery or church or type place at the edge of the village is laid out on kind of sloping terrain. There's a lot of elevation, and the town seems to be kind of down below you in some direction. You can see you can hear the faint sounds of a slowly churning water mill. It's not visible where it is. You can kind of hear the creak of the wheel turning in some kind of river. In the moonlight, if you watch for a minute, you can see as it's creeping across that it is rising in the sky. So you are in the early evening, but it's completely dark. It's been dark for at least a little while. But the night is young, and while most of and muffled, the sounds are muffled in the sort of the I would say not omnipresent but pervasive fog. Chilly, but not freezing. Not so cold that you would be uncomfortable. Just a nip in the air. What would you like to do?
I'm rolling my portent right now.
Okay.
One's a 14, one's a 12, so pretty lame for portent. Hello again, my friends.
Pliny, right?
Yeah, yes.
Radical?
Yeah.
We're here again, and cousin, I don't think I've met you. I am Baldric. Yes. Good to see a friendly face among this group.
What a different place this time. I don't recall entering into darkness.
Yes.
Well, there is always a string to pull in these dreams. All we do is find the string and the dream unravels. Hello.
Hey again.
Yes.
I'm Lago.
Lago, you are also cursed to these recurring episodes, huh?
Yes.
Someday I'd like to find the weaver who puts this all together, this tapestry, and hands us the string. It's good to see you.
You are so eloquent.
Well, I've rarely been accused of that.
Your shell looks very sturdy today.
I hope so. I don't really like the vibe of this place.
I don't know. It's kind of cute. I mean,
Yes, in a kitschy way,
yeah.
nostalgic.
Like, look at those little thatches. They're so adorable.
Yes, there is a village. I'm sure it has many problems. Perhaps we should shine a lantern out the window to signal to someone about something. I'm going to start looking around the room, see if there's any clues about what we should do or valuable items lying around.
The room has a wooden chest in it, kind of old wooden chest in it, and inside it is a kind of an old dusty shawl of green and blue, like a woven shawl, and a single copper penny seems to have made its way to the bottom of the chest, perhaps falls out of the shawl. Other than that, the chest is empty, other than the signs of moths and a little bit of water damage.
Does the shawl seem magic in any way?
Is that an Arcana check?
Yeah, I also have that detect magic lantern you gave me. So
Well, I'll cut to the chase. No, the shawl isn't magic, but
I
Why
just
are you
start-
holding this lantern up?
I just started
Penny?
shining this lantern around everywhere.
Is there light that emanates from it?
Oh, it tells me what is magic.
are
Oh.
you casting that with a spell slot or a ritual?
Ritual.
Okay. What does everybody else want to do for 10 minutes?
I'm gonna. Oh,
Are
sorry.
there any cobwebs?
Yes.
I'm gonna whack him with my quarterstaff.
Okay. You're not into the cobweb.
No.
Okay, yeah,
Have
you
you ever
can-
had a spider in your shell?
Oh, I can
Strange.
imagine. I've never had a shell, but I can imagine it would be
Well,
uncomfortable.
just imagine one in your ear where you can't reach it.
Yes, yes.
If you all don't mind,
I,
I will just take 10 minutes to cast a spell on this lantern, and
Sure.
then it will show me everything that is magic. So please, don't leave me, for I must sit here and chant.
Please.
Just 10
chant.
minutes, please.
So can you describe the shawl a little more? It's kind of worn and old and
Yeah, it's not. It is old and perhaps has a few, burst stitches in it. But I believe it's just a nicely knitted blue and green shawl. Perhaps a little musty, but not. What would you say? Destroyed. It appeared to have been just a place where somebody would keep a shawl in a chest. A shawl in a penny.
I think we should hang on to this. I'm gonna take
Oh, I'll
this.
totally hang on to it.
Oh, would you like to keep
Sure.
it? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Do you think you might wear it?
Yeah, absolutely.
You would? Well, first, Matt, I would like to, because I think it would look good on Radical. I'm going to use my mending ability, my
Okay.
cantrip, and
Oh my god.
make it nice and kind of repair those holes and everything,
Sure.
those stitches, and then hand it to Radical. I also wanted to take the copper
Yes.
and just take a closer look at that. But if there's nothing remarkable about it, I'll just hold on to it.
And the penny.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh my god. So cute.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to look great.
Hold on, Mike.
What kind? You have like. plate-
Loretta's gonna take. She's gonna put one part and make it like one of those those hippie skirts that are just like pieces of fabric that are hanging. She's just adding it to
Adding it. And do you wear
a section.
plate armor? What kind of armor do you have?
She has what am I
Just trying to
technically?
picture
I'm
this.
wearing scale mail,
That's awesome.
but she has.
So a couple things. So the penny, it is has a simple stamp. What looks like a wolf's head. It's like a wolf's head copper penny.
Ooh, that looks interesting.
And the mending, you cast your cantrip.
Yeah.
And when you finish, I think it's a minute, right, casting, the shawl indeed, its weaves where it was broken formed together, and its shape is improved into spiffied up a little bit. At the same time that you finish your casting, so the spell works, but at the same time that it is completed, a sort of a small spark, commensurate with what you would expect from the small amount of you're a cleric, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. You channel a little bit of divine power. A small spark comes off of the shawl where your magic has woven it together, and kind of just flies off into the room. And where it hits the wall, a small, almost a whisper, and out of the cracks in the walls start crawling beetles and maggots and dropping to the ground. Just not like in a continuous flood, but like a handful of them.
Whoa! Did you see this?
And
Je
they keep
suis
crawling
le
around the
voici.
ground.
Oh, there's just normal-looking beetles and grubs and. Whoa! This is
You
no.
hear a mosquito buzzing around.
Like guiding bolt the mosquito. No, just kidding. Wow, this is. Did you see this? This is strange. Are you sure you want this still? I've repaired it, but it seems like it's possessed or something. I don't know.
There's a paperweight for you.
Thanks.
Well, I mean, I don't know what else we're gonna do with it.
I think we should bring it.
Yeah, I'm it's
Okay.
tied on my waistband.
I show everybody the coin too and the stamped
Maybe that's
stamp on it.
Blah, blah, blah. Chum, chum, chum. I'm just chanting in the corner.
Yeah.
I'll be whacking the bugs with my stick. Just
So,
Are we arriving on our 10-minute mark? Anything else in the intervening time? All right. Jake, roll a d20 for me, please.
Yay. It's a 10.
Excellent, a 10. So you light your lantern with your magic, and it both functions as a regular lantern casting light as well as anything it illuminates. You can basically see whatever you detect magic sees, and nothing other than what you brought with you that's magic is obviously magic, right, under the light of the lantern. But that is at the same time as your ritual spell completes, some of your magic, your lantern flares up for a moment, and where its light shines on the floor almost starts to steam and smolder for a second, coincident with the conclusion of your spell. And from that spot on that ground, a ghostly creature apparates into substance.
Bonsoir.
It is, if you've ever seen a time lapse of fruits and vegetables decomposing, right, and they get the mold grows on them, it's like that happens rapidly in just like a matter of seconds, and out of the cracks in the floorboards, like a mass of fungus, like with fungal caps, grows out of the floor where this extra magical energy fell, and it forms into a sizable clump of mushrooms, their stalks bursting up, a deep, almost midnight purple, and
We look
it
gorgeous.
is like you see like very faintly when the light catches it, like the spores drifting out of the gills lazily.
I'm stepping back.
Yes. Stepping back and drawing, preparing my warhammer.
It grows and bubbles up and shivers. It's sort of in
Putting a
the,
piece of fabric over my nose and mouth.
and then it eventually stops growing, but it's like easily 3 or 4 foot high in the middle of the floor.
So it's a giant purple fungus kind of,
Yeah.
and it's
yellow buttercups.
friends.
This room does not like magic.
No, this place may not like magic.
There is something wrong with the magical flow here. Look at this. All from a spell.
Yes.
I'll pause you there.
I want to do an Arcana check from all the books I've read in my mage college to see if I understand what is happening here.
When Baldric speaks, right, when he says friends, there's something happening here. There is a moment where the mushroom sways and leans towards Baldric, and then it starts to move, and it's like what do you call it? Dendritic, like tentacles stretch out, and it lurches towards you.
Okay.
I'm stepping as far back as I can.
I'm gonna dodge if I'm allowed a reaction. or anything,
You may indeed go. You may indeed act. Now, we are effectively, I'm going to sort of set the stage for what this means, because it might come up again. We are officially, we would be in initiative. Now,
Okay.
this creature is not of any real danger to you in a permanent sense. You're going to squash it inside of a round. So I'm not going to go through the rigmarole of rolling initiative, right? But what essentially happens is this thing lurches at you, tries to sting you. You, between the 5 of you, squish it kill it, right? But that's essentially what transpires.
Now, what happens if I defend myself with a cantrip?
Would you like to try and find out?
Would something else appear? I'm gonna yell out at you guys.
I'm gonna say yeah.
I want to know if magic is banned in this world, and I will battle it with a cantrip. I'll try to toll the dead on it from
Okay.
as far away from it as I can.
So we'll put that in the queue. So the next thing that happens, you'll try to toll the dead on it. What do you do as it lurches towards
Okay,
you?
what? Just one. Now you explained everything that was kind of going to happen, but just for in the moment, does it look like aggressive?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like it. Well, I mean, aggressive is sort of an
I mean,
anthropomorphization.
right,
it's
Like as opposed to maybe some trapped, cursed creature trying to get our attention. That I guess. But
yeah, I understand what
Baldric's
you're
like-
saying.
yeah.
It's not. It doesn't seem to have any like. It's
It
not
looks-
like a specter.
I feel
trying to-
threatened.
yes.
I feel threatened. Okay, so Baldric is just gonna try to step back out of the reach of this thing.
Fair enough.
basically, disengage,
Yeah.
and if it's coming quickly, dodge, or otherwise,
You're-
just kind
you're-
of get back into.
You're
the,
faster than it.
Okay.
It's so you're able for a moment in the close confines of the room to step away.
Yeah. And so I'm like a little bit out of its range, and I just say to the others, I think it senses sound and it follows my voice, it follows sound, and I just try to continue evading it for a moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you told the dead on this.
Well, you did tell me that it was a creature of no consequence that we fought and mushed and killed.
Yeah.
So I'm throwing the cantrip in the middle. I was gonna not harm it and try to figure out what was going on, but it sounds like it turned into a battle.
Well, let me.
And if it turned into a battle-
let me not presume then what you do to handle this battle. So if you're so does that mean you would do something else then?
Well, just like he's trying to figure out if it's got something to say or whatever, I would step back as far away from it as I can
Okay.
and watch what's going on. Once it showed itself to truly be aggressive by actually attacking somebody, then I would do something.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if it did that thing, then I would attack it with a cantrip, and I would announce to you all, I'm going to see if this cantrip conjures up another creature or what. And then I'd toll the dead on it.
So here's how we'll handle it. I'll give anyone who wants it initiative ahead of it because you're faster than it. But if no one tries to stop it, I'm going to start making it roll attack rolls.
Well, we've got one smashy person here. Do you
I'll
wait
just
to
shoot
see
it
what
with a
does?
crossbow.
Adequate to demolish.
Well, I would use go ahead. I would just use, if it was lunging at him, I'd use my protection fighting style to
Okay.
with
Fend
disadvantage
off
on
with
it.
the shield.
So he misses with his crossbow.
Okay.
An 11 doesn't hit.
It might.
It does. It hits.
Cool.
Armor class 5.
He's squishy.
13 points.
Yeah. You
12 points.
like taking a
Shooting mushrooms in a barrel.
yeah.
I am wondering if every time we use magic, something strange happens here. But I do love magic, so
We'll find out.
I will just choose my battles, as they say.
Are you pretty handy with those daggers?
Yes,
Ah, excellent.
I once killed a demon
Whoa.
that had killed my friend.
Ah, yes.
What was his name? Dirk Diggler. He had a long
Dirk
name.
Diggler.
He had a very long name, my friend, who was killed by the demon.
I bet he was exceptional.
Yes.
Yes, he sacrificed himself, you're saying.
Yes, he sacrificed himself to save us all. Yes, ages ago in the horrible quantum place we are
Well-
trapped in.
Well, it's good to
This
know
was our
that,
character.
I guess it's helpful to know that we actually may die in these episodes.
Anybody got good ears and want to like listen on the other side of this door and see if we can sense anything on the other?
If
You're
only we
pretty
had a
well.
rogue.
No, not me.
I will investigate the door if approved. I'll also hold my lantern up to it, see any magic peeking out from under the door.
Sure. Yeah. The only thing. Yeah. Go ahead.
A million. 23. Investigate.
The only thing notable about this door, other than perhaps the weather, the humidity has made it not fit quite perfectly in its frame. You can see places where it's cracked and there's a space between, and other places where it's swollen and is kind of tightly fitting. Is around the handle. There's just a little bit of it's a decorative kind of like brass handle, and the details are crude, not out of a lack of workmanship, but just because it's a very small model. So maybe simplified or stylized is a better word than crude. And the handle is in the form of a sort of anthropomorphic crocodile holding open a doorway. It's like you can imagine, the body of the crocodile is the door handle, and then on the plate, that holds the handle to the door, the backing, you can see that it's there's an etching that completes the illustration. It's like a little crocodile opening a door.
Is it carved? What is the handle made out of?
Brass.
Brass.
And do I hear anything on the other side while I'm investigating it?
Essentially, no. Only the normal ambient sounds. It's not dead silent. There's a little bit of wind that makes various things in the building murmur, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Before I tell you all about this beautiful handle that I see,
yes.
I just want to ask, does anyone have a non-magical weapon?
Oh,
Do you?
I have a non-magical weapon.
all my weapons
Stick.
are not magical. Yes.
You like magic. You have a non-magical
I have
weapon?
I only have the ordinary weapons that a mountain dwarf needs, and the blessings of my storm deity.
Okay, I have a gift for one of you. Do you want to be included in the magic weapon gift?
Sure.
Okay.
Do we need magic? Seems inadvisable here, but sure.
1, 2, 3. Aha.
Three.
You might wish to give this to a martial character, but up to you. I give you a stone, a pulsating magical stone, that if you attach it to your weapon, it will make it a +1 magical weapon.
Oh,
This is
okay.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah. I have been carrying this around for so long, waiting to give it to someone who needs it. Someone with a non-magical weapon. I'm sorry. So, let us examine this alligator door.
Yes, I would like to see if I can make a stone cutting check to see if I can figure out anything about the origin of this handle, maybe the people who might have made it or the culture.
Sure.
Anything I can discern about. That might tell me something about this place or
Okay. Is that something you roll for, or is that just a kind of a static?
it's something I roll for.
Stone
It's a-
cutting?
it's
It
a
adds to a
dwarven-
history check.
Yeah, so it'll
Alright,
be a
yeah.
history check, but I get double proficiency.
Fantastic. Please proceed.
Basically, I can check on things relating to the origin of stone work. Make sure. Okay, so. So it'll be a dirty 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
The construction of this place and the adornment of it, from what you can see so far, has the presence of a place that was to some extent built in stages, right? Not all at once. You can see indications that things were built at different times. With a respectable level of craftsmanship in general, probably indicative of like provincial construction, right? Like it's not a place that was, you know, the work here is not the opulence and splendor of an imperial capital. It's the devoted attention of several generations of a small village putting together a place of ritual significance to them, probably akin to a place of worship and a graveyard. The various items that are in here, for example, contrasting the brass handle, right, might be something that was, you know, purchased not locally and then sort of brought here and installed.
Okay. So relate all this to my party, and in a way where I assume my fellow dwarf already knows all this, but as my cousin here would be able to tell you, I think this building was constructed in stages and is, you know, used by the town and has been for generations and for worship, but they also have access to more sophisticated accoutrement like this door handle. I don't know what that tells us, but
Well, it is all very interesting, isn't it? Turn the door handle.
Okay. On the other side of the door is one of those classic, like tight spiral staircases, like the very like cramped, claustrophobic, you know, like a tower kind
Claustrophobic.
of winding down.
going down.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the only light so far, right? Like looking at the top of the stairs, it's very quickly spirals out of view, but it appears to be unlit other than what you are carrying with you, or sort of the light from the one torch in the room.
Well, I wonder where these stairs go.
Clearly
like-
somewhere.
It only goes down, not up and down.
Yep, you appear to be at
I think-
the top of this particular stairway.
Let us go find this thread to pull.
Yes, perhaps you stabby types will lead
I'll
the
go
way.
first.
I'll go
I'm going
first.
first.
Yeah, I'll go second. Also, I'll take the torch with me. Is it
Yeah,
a
you can
torch I
take it out of the sconce.
Okay.
I will follow.
You're a human.
I'm a
No,
tiefling.
We probably do. We all have dark vision. I don't even
I
know.
do. Go to dwarves.
No.
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we have the lantern and the torch,
I can cast light on something as well.
and then kill all the grubs that result.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm happy to go second, holding my necklace of thunderbolts.
I feel so safe with you all. Let us go.
Okay, you creep down the stairs until you get to a point where partway down the stairs you can hear somewhere in the direction that you're going the sound of not precisely the sound of, but not entirely different from. Imagine you're in a tent and there's you're camping and there's an animal snuffling around your campsite somewhere.
I have an epiphany. Maybe there is a giant alligator down here. From the door handle. It's maybe, this is the alligator tower. Yes.
Maybe we can talk to it. It'll tell us.
If only we had a
I can.
forest-related person here.
I talk to animals all the time.
Really? Do they talk back to you?
Go ahead, Ben. Some of them are dumb, but yeah.
So alerted, you may proceed or turn around or prepare in some way if you desire.
Would you like to go and speak with the snuffling animal?
Oh, you and me. I'll always talk to an animal.
Yeah, so I will just stay back here and hide and try to watch from a distance. So we go. It's just we hear it down the staircase. We have not seen anything else but staircase yet.
Do you want to go talk to this animal or whatever is snuffling?
I mean, let's check it out. Maybe somebody who can see it?
Let's go down.
Pet my owl.
I mean, I can just be like, hello, hello, but I won't know exactly like which dialect to use until I see it.
What remind me of your owl's name?
Petunia.
Petunia. Petunia is watchful. That's Petunia.
Petunia's on alert.
I'm not
So we
particularly-
proceed down.
Yep.
Yes. So, yes.
I would hang back a little more.
What happened to the gnome? Where is he?
You reach the bottom of this coiling stair, and there's a little tight little landing, and it leads out into it both continues to coil down, like you can keep going down, but there's also a room which is open. You can see that there is a door that is neither completely open nor completely closed. It's just kind of hanging halfway open on its hinges, like about as much so that you could kind of like shuffle out sideways through it. And it's slowly creaking, like as if in a very gentle breeze. And out beyond it, like if you sort of peer around the part that's open, you can see into a room that is half lit by moonlight starting to come in through the windows and through maybe like a place where the roof has gotten damaged, and there are ghoulish creatures shuffling sort of aimlessly in the room. You can see at the Terminator, right where the moonlight has started to come in the window across half this room. In the middle of the room, there is not in the middle as in the center, but on the side of the room, halfway down the room, where this Terminator of moonlight is, there is a reliquary, kind of like a box that's decorated with the visage of some past saint, sort of gilded with silver gilding, and it kind of displays, that the very old, decrepit, relics, right? Like a skull and a bone and some scraps of cloth. And as the moonlight touches it, it starts to shake, and grisly tendons sort of reconnect slowly between the bones, and half of the bone relic is still out of the moonlight and is inert, but it's sort of the half that's in the light is struggling to reform and twitch, much as sort of the other ghoulish haunts that reside in this room, swaying on the creaking floorboards.
They're making the floorboard creak. How many of these haunts do we see? Or these?
Visible through the door without touching it are you can see one in your direct line of sight, and the shadow of another thing moving. You can see it's sort of its shadow.
And do we feel like we've been noticed yet?
There's
I've been sort of hanging back, trying to.
Nothing in there has reacted in a way that would indicate we've been there.
I'm going to officially try to be stealthy. It sucks. It doesn't work.
Lenny, did you sneeze?
So there's a room off the stairwell, and then that half-open door and another room.
Oh, there's just one room.
Just
one
room.
room, but the stairs also continue down.
I got you.
So the question is, should we continue down or
No,
investigate
don't
this?
leave these at our back. Let's take care of these things. And the one that's forming, can I hit it with my greatsword?
I mean, theoretically, if you got close enough, is that kind of what you're asking? Like, it's hittable with the greatsword if you went into the room.
Be careful. Be careful. We could avoid this altogether, you know.
We don't yet. We don't yet know why we're here. Usually, there's someone we talk to, right? Who
Maybe
tells
it's
us
that
what they-
thing. Maybe it needs to like get it together.
I'm staying in the back.
I could hit it with moonbeam
Far
and
away.
really speed this process. It's so slow.
If you rush into the room and hit that with your greatsword, you will be surrounded. Then
Good.
I will be.
they haven't yet shown any. I mean, by all means, if this is how you roll, let's roll.
Good question. Is this the source of the snuffling, we think, or is that sound further down still? This
so
is
the,
it.
the ghoulish creatures, maybe.
Yeah,
Oh, it's like
those
the
are the
shuffle.
That's the sound we heard.
Oh, and they're
as they kind of like or the gentle wind blows through holes in their body and wheezes, or they bump into something. This room seems to be a kind of a place, a reliquary. There's a couple pews in it. It's not like full of pews, but it's a place where a person could sit. And there's some decoration and artwork you can kind of see in the
I'll
corner.
step into the room. I won't hit anything, but I'll be ready to dodge if something tries to hit me.
Okay. You step into the room. Do you throw the door open or kind of inch in?
No, I'll throw the door open.
Okay. Everybody can roll initiative.
Perception.
Yeah.
Initiative, right?
He likes to fight, this man. Boo.
Oh,
10.
19.
nice.
Remember, I gotta write this down.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Lago was 19?
Yeah.
So, Dane bought me this
Pliny
from
was
Hero
10?
Forge
Yes.
for my birthday.
In between? Do we have anybody in between?
I have a 15.
Okay, Baldric 15.
I got 19.
Awesome.
Nice.
Okay, Adric 19.
Wow.
Oh, what is this?
Great.
Uh,
I got 8.
Dane got me this for my birthday.
Oh,
It's Pliny miniature from Hero Forge.
Do you have it? Like, is this a Hero Forge one or one he? This is
Yeah,
so beautiful.
that's a Hero Forge
So
one.
he like gave the description or did it himself.
Yeah, we
that's
kind of brainstormed on it a little bit.
What's that? That's not the lantern. It's an hourglass.
That's hourglass
Yeah, that's beautiful.
for divination wizard man.
Nice.
He was gonna make Aoife from the Tuesday campaign, but I like my miniature already. That one's pretty fancy. So
Hey Daniel, can I see yours?
Yeah,
That's really
absolutely.
cool. It's your turtle.
Well,
turtle
it's a
with
turtle.
Let's say turtle. So cool.
turtle with a
I snorkeled
Shell
with these
pipes.
guys in Mexico.
Bagpipe.
Yeah.
My turtle is
Turtle
much
Bart.
smaller. He's like 4 foot, and he plays a violin instead.
That is
Nice.
that's beautiful.
But my mother-in-law got it for me as a gift. And
Cool.
Yeah.
very cute.
All right, Adric,
I wanna hear these
inside
pipes.
the room, you see the closest of these creatures is a mere 10 feet away from you. The rest of them 15 to 20 feet away. There are a total of
Do you want any terrain and
3
minis?
of these shuffling beasts, as well as the one who just sort of caught half formed and has not really crawled out of its, what would you call it, alcove yet.
Okay.
Do you want any
and
terrain and minis, or you just want to do theater of the mind?
I'm going to try it, this one just without the minis, and we'll bring them out if we need to.
Okay.
They all turn towards you, recognizing you as you enter, and begin to shuffle their unhinged jaws soundlessly working, their curled hands like outstretched claws. What do you do?
They're definitely stepping toward me. I'll pause until they're within range, then I'll swing at the first one to reach me. I'll hit him with a greatsword.
Okay. So you stand your ground in front of the door.
Yeah.
And ready in action to attack the first one that
gets close enough
gets
to.
close enough. Okay. Lago.
I'm going to use message, the cantrip,
Okay.
and I want to see if these things are like. I just want to double check if these things are really dead, or if maybe we're supposed to help these guys, and this is the thread we're meant to pull on.
Okay. Message. That is a target. That's just a cantrip that targets somebody you can see, right?
Yeah, I'll target the priestly-looking one.
You mean the one that's like still in the alcove, kind of
Yeah.
half formed? Yeah. Let me look at this.
And I'll just say, what is it you seek?
Brains. Blood.
Target hears the message and reply in a whisper that only you can hear. Okay. Interesting. As you, when you cast message, a small flock of skeletal bats bursts out of the alcove, and somehow for a few moments flaps around the room, making that very high-pitched, almost inaudible bat sound, before falling to the ground as this and sort of writhing around on the floor in their skeletal forms, and kind of dragging themselves in no particular direction across the floorboards with their little long winged thumbs. And in reply to your spell, scrap of paper, you asked, what do you seek?
Yeah.
So how many ghouls are there?
3.5.
Yeah, 3.5.
3 ghouls and 1 rising from the coffin or whatever, the reliquary.
Yes, as the moonlight expands across its bones.
Blood. Give me your brains.
This is much different than the boat I was on with you last time. Ship.
Yes, you really blew up our spot, as they say.
This is the punishment, I assume.
Yes, a never-ending cavalcade of ghouls.
Okay.
Reply to your spell, you hear. And then, inside your mind, a response.
Okay.
Our shelled friend looks distracted.
Anything else with your move or reaction?
No, I don't think so. That's it.
Baldric.
So you're basically readying yourself. Okay. And we're kind of.
If they get within striking range, I'm going to whack one.
I'm going to. We're all being so hesitant. I'm going to position myself maybe outside the door. What's your name again? Your character's name?
Adric.
Adric. You know, not too far from Adric, but kind of. I can see he's waiting to see what happens. So
Yeah, he's guarding the door.
Yeah.
He's kind of in
So,
the room, but
So I'll be a little bit outside, keeping an eye on him and the creatures, and I'll also ready an action which will be to toll the dead. I wonder if that even works. But
And what
It's a
is the
cantrip.
trigger?
if either Adric or I, if they get too close to either one of us or look like they're going to attack. So I guess if any of them get within 5 feet of either of us,
Okay,
I will toll the dead on that one.
got it. Lenny.
Not knowing exactly what's going to happen next and not wanting to use any of my magic spells, I'm going to stay in the back of the room, and I'm going to take out my ever-smoking pipe
Okay.
and unplug it,
Yeah.
and it's on a string. I'm going to drop it at my feet on a
Okay.
string, so a fog cloud appears around me, and will include anybody nearby that wants to step into it. And I'll wait to see what happens next, and I'll send Petunia up to the ceiling above the fog cloud to watch what's happening.
And you're
On
in
the
the
outside.
room. You're in the room.
I'm like as far back towards the door or the hallway as I can be. I don't know if you guys are fully in the room, then I'm at the door.
I think Adric is, but I'm a little bit outside the room, like leaving room for people to pass, but keeping my eye on what's going
Okay.
on.
Well, I'm further back from you, so
Well, then we're still on the landing.
yeah.
So the fog cloud like fills the stairs. Is that?
It would fill something like
landing.
30 feet around
Oh,
where I am.
so now I can't see. you
Uh,
and your blasted pipe, Pliny.
Don't you know smoking is bad for you?
But now I think I can't see.
Yeah, it's heavily. Everything in there is heavily obscured, so you won't be able to see out if you're in it. But I should be farther back enough that if you guys are in the room, you'll be okay.
I'm in the landing.
Okay, so it's just obscuring the stairwell. Am I picturing that as you intended?
Yeah, I'm standing nice and far back,
Okay.
and there's a 20-foot radius sphere of fog centered around my feet where I dropped the pipe. So 20 feet ahead of me is fog.
Uh-huh.
And I'll send Petunia sort of up above the fog cloud to a place where she can get a vantage point on what's happening in the room.
Okay.
This is why
Yeah.
minis and
I
maps
think-
are easier.
I think I'm picturing what you're doing. Yeah. Okay. Raph.
I think I'm just gonna position myself kind of at the threshold between where the fog is and behind him, because I'm trying to stay within 5 to 10 feet of the other people for some of my protection abilities.
Okay. So you go to the edge of the fog.
Mhm.
Are you readying anything, or just standing ready to use your shield? Or
Yeah, I'm just standing ready to use my shield because I don't think I want to do that. I might ready. I am terrible at all hitting things, so
Wait, what?
she doesn't have a lot of. She's not a fighter. She's a lover. But
She's a
yeah, I
paladin of
will.
peace. Paladin of peace and love.
I will ready. Hold on, let me just make sure my other one. Which one's an action that I have to do? Because I don't want to cast anything yet.
Yeah, and my only
yeah,
melee
no.
weapons are daggers, so I'm waiting.
Deadly daggers.
Does anybody want snack with sugar in it?
Yes,
Sugar snack?
always.
1,
Sure. I mean,
2.
not knowing what it is.
Yes.
No, thank you.
Because I have a thing like I don't think that's a. Would something like an aura of protection count as deploying magic, since it's not really a spell and it's just something that I do?
think
I
We
think
don't
that's
know.
one of your sort of always on things.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember Paladin right. So if it did something, it probably would have done something already.
Yeah.
So I think
Yeah,
so
it's not
I'll
like
let
a
you-
spell slot one. It's just like a thing that happens if I'm standing
I'll
close enough
let
to you.
look at
Okay.
that stuff, and if you come up with something before
Okay.
it gets back to you, tell me.
Okay.
So yes, so the first one of these creatures stumbles, almost like it's bow-legged, dragging its feet, switching, first laboriously, like one shoulder forward, and then the other shoulder that drags itself, reaching out to you within range of your mighty sword. Would you like to
Yeah, whack.
make your attack roll?
Come on, baby. 19.
Hits. Roll your damage.
13.
All right. A significant hit that you see. Its reflexes seem to understand, as if from some past life, the swing of the sword, and it recoils, but not fast enough to prevent you from taking a chunk of gristle and old dry, what would you call it? Like the remnants of its ancient uniform, and it stumbles, grievously compromised.
Okay.
All right, and then it reaches out and tries to grab you, tries to grapple you. I forgot all my dice, so how about you roll for it
Okay.
and roll a d20 and tell me what you get.
This is for the ghoul.
Yes, this is for the. Oh, thank you.
You got a 6.
A 6. And then you roll, I think, an opposing strength check.
Oh, that'd be good. 10.
All right, you evade its grasp.
Here, Julie, eat that.
As a group, the rest of them start to move forward, reaching you. The third one won't quite make it to you on this turn, but the second one also gets close to you, and with jerky movement reaches out to try and get you. Roll for it again.
Okay, this is the ghoul.
Yep.
Damn it, 11.
11.
And this is mine. Oh, shit. 13.
Okay, you evade a second one. And that is so. Two of them have advanced on you and failed to grab you with their grisly claws. The third one is closing in, but not quite close enough. As you stand by the doorway, the one in the alcove, half formed, still clacks and is starting to drag itself out, even leaving behind some of its bones. It's still in its sort of its regalia. There's a kind of like a fancy hat and sort of a saint's mantle.
Wow.
Half of it claws out of its alcove and drops with a rattle onto the floor, and with one hand drags itself. All right, now it is Adric's turn
Being
proper.
attacked by Saint.
So my turn again?
Yes, because you took your reaction,
I gotcha.
and now it is your turn.
So I'm going to smack the one that I've hit first again.
Would I
Yes.
get my reaction?
Oh yes,
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding
No,
me.
that's okay.
Your reaction goes off.
Now, and I just point of clarification. So I was just outside the door. Can I see what's going on, or with
Yes.
the smoke it's
Yes.
obscured? I can see what's going on.
because you could. He's
Yeah.
Yes, you could.
Okay.
You are at your back is the smoke,
The smoke,
but you can
okay.
see ahead of you.
And ahead of me, I saw 2 advancing on him, a third on its way, and that.
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm gonna. I had Toll the Dead ready, so that's what I'm
Yep.
gonna do.
Toll the Dead.
So I'm gonna Toll the Dead on.
So I believe that's a defensive roll that makes a save.
Right.
Yes.
And I forget.
Toll the
Okay.
Dead, wisdom save.
Yeah, my spell save DC is 15. Do you want? Let me know if you want me to roll, or you're gonna roll.
More damage if it's missing hit points.
That's right.
There are. Let's see. Are you targeting the one which he hit with
Yes.
the sword?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty, I will. You said wisdom save?
Yeah.
Yes. 15.
15. It fails.
Okay. And
Full damage.
2d12.
from your hand.
yeah.
Wow.
It's a 3. Total, mighty 3.
Uh-huh.
Ding
I
dong.
did cast magic, but 3 necrotic damage.
Okay.
And then I want to use a reaction. To use my telekinetic feat, and I'm going to shove telekinetically, a bonus action to shove.
But you were saving your action, right?
Oh, that's right. I can't do that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll wait for my actual turn.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so yes, as you cast
Yeah.
Toll the Dead on this
On
this
the dead.
creature, yes.
A delicious chocolate-covered cherry appears.
To the sound of a ringing bell, its flesh molders and decays and blackens in parts. From its corpse, sparking with mystical energy, swarm of beetles takes to the air like scarabs with the the cacophony of that locust-like sound goes and flies from its wounds and starts to swarm the room, but only makes it a few feet before you can see, just like it was affecting this ghastly lurching creature. All of the beetles are similarly, after only a few moments, felled by necrotic energy.
Okay.
As if they too were subject to your just like you would expect from your Toll the Dead
Yeah.
cantrip. They kind of immediately or almost instantaneously go through the entire life cycle and then fall to just little bits and pieces of scarab floating down the detritus upon the floor.
What a nightmare this is. Okay. All right.
Okay, returning to Adric, who was slashing. I believe you said.
Yes. So I'll attack the one I already hit,
Yes,
and I get 2 attacks, an extra attack.
correct.
Yep.
So this is the first one on the one I already hit. Sweet.
Crit.
All right,
Nice.
roll that damage.
So 12,
Uh-huh.
and then what's the crit damage?
I think you roll it twice and add it.
You roll your sword twice, and then you add your modifier.
Once. You add your modifier once.
Okay, and so 12, 15 points of damage total. 15.
You destroy the creature. It was set back on its heels from the last several attacks upon it, and it sways right into the swing of your sword, cleanly ending it. And as you
I like that.
and it slumps down to the ground, whatever animus was in it fled.
Good going, cuz.
Thanks. I'm going to use my second hit on the one that tried to grapple me.
Thanks, but I'm not done yet.
15.
15, yeah. Double check. That is
That's a hit to hit.
Yes,
that hits.
Ugh. 8
8
points of damage.
Ah.
Oh, you killed my brother.
It's always
But
you
I
killed
always-
my mate.
You
It's
killed
like,
my.
the ghouls are mates. Like every monster you fight, it sees you kill its mate. It's really mad.
You
now.
killed my brother, but I always hated him.
All
Yeah,
right.
I like you now.
Anything else for you?
That'll be it.
All right, Lago.
I think I'm just gonna go into the fog cloud and go in my shell.
Peace out, everyone.
And I'll, from my shell, I'll tell Pliny, that scary skeleton half thing, it wants the masquerade, whatever that is.
The mask. Oh well, I can't hear it.
He wants the masquerade.
That's what it told me.
Perhaps we should put on masks for it. I don't know.
I don't know, but every time they hit them, more beetles come out, and I don't want anything to do with that.
You feel something brush up against your shell in the fog cloud.
Nautical, is that you?
Walter.
Okay. Well, I'm going to, I guess, come in swinging at the one that Adric is fighting with my warhammer. I guess I should be careful about magic. Well, it looks uncocked to me, and that's a crit. But
Yeah. Okay.
all right.
Whatever.
It looked like it was going to cock, but it's right now.
Whatever
Nope.
policy
that's
you
fine.
have about rolling or not re-rolling,
Yep.
as long as it's consistent, I don't care.
Okay.
So, crit.
Okay. Okay. So 15 damage on the one that Adric was engaged with. I just smack my warhammer, calling out whatever my deity's name is that I don't know.
Deity.
Yes. Punish these foul creatures and send them back to hell.
And your warhammer does.
Oh wow. Great.
That is just enough. You see it. It catches it and crumbles to the ground. Crumples.
That's great.
Under the weight of your blow, knocks it down, and its teeth rattle one last time, and it does not rise again.
Great. That's great. And there's a third one coming at us, and then
Yes.
beyond us is that thing crawling towards
Yes.
us. But the third one is not. I'm not engaged with it yet. It's not close enough yet.
It is 10 feet away.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna maybe step back into the side out of the doorway and just kind of just get ready to defend myself, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I was wondering whether or not to use a bonus action, but I'm gonna pass. Okay.
Pliny, you hear the sounds of battle and swinging and crunching.
And Petunia has been watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the current battlefield setup?
There is the front line composed of Adric, Baldric sort of standing just behind him, kind of at his shoulder, and there are
Is one ghoul left alive?
there are one and a half ghouls.
Is the ghoul standing next to them, and then the dragging saint is like behind them?
The closest one is 10 feet away. And then the half one is another 10 feet behind that.
Okay. So here's my thought. I'm gonna leave my pipe where it is and walk 20 feet to the edge of the fog. So I'm looking into the room. And then I have an inventory item that I haven't used in a long time ever since we were in the Old West. I have 5 cans of flammable kerosene.
Okay.
So I'm thinking of taking 1 can of flammable kerosene and lighting it with a flint from my scholar's pack.
Yeah.
Putting a little rag in it, lighting it, and throwing it at the dragging saint guy.
Fantastic.
So hopefully it'll blow up on him.
Did these items come with stats?
I believe it should behave like an alchemist's fire,
Okay.
but you can always alter it to whatever you want right now if you want.
Go ahead and make an attack roll. Ranged attack roll.
Do I
believe
want
so.
to waste my
I'll look
portent
that
right
up.
now?
I'd say save your
I mean, a 12 is pretty useless, but
Throw
if I
this
roll a
blast
12 and then
up
I
to
add
20 feet, shattering it on impact. Make a ranged attack against a creature as an improvised weapon. Okay.
So I'm gonna use my 12, my portent 12 to say
Okay.
that I rolled a 12, because then I can add +6 to it, making it an 18 to hit.
Okay, that hits. Its vestments light on fire. Its bones soaked through with this flammable substance from another world. And on the beginning of each of its turns, it will take 1d4 fire damage.
On a hit, the target takes 1d4 fire damage at the start of each of its turns.
And
It can try to use an action to extinguish itself. So you guys see small Pliny step out with his very colorful cloak from the edge of the fog and light this can of kerosene, lob it over your heads, and it smashes into this like beautifully mantled and hatted saint that's on the ground, and he's just burning.
Now he's on fire.
Like one of those monks that sacrifices himself to end the war. He's just burning and dragging himself across the ground, and he stays on fire, covered with.
I find the gnome
Jelly
always
stuff.
surprises me.
And I go, flambe! And then I step back into the fog cloud.
like Homer.
Like Homer into the bushes, yeah. And then Petunia will take the help action on the living ghoul, the
Okay.
third ghoul,
gonna
to
help.
give him advantage,
Sure.
and then she'll step back sort of above the fog cloud.
Okay, all right. Petunia flanks it for a moment, and as it around, you see that when it returns to your turn, you'll have advantage on your attack.
Sweet.
Radical.
All right, I think Radical's just gonna step out of the fog edge as well and try to throw a javelin at the one
Sick.
ghoul. See what
The one on
happens.
fire, or the one not on fire.
No, the other one, but she's not gonna hit it.
Uh,
She's terrible throwing things.
what was your result?
8.
They have a very low AC.
But I do have an extra attack, so she's just throwing sticks in the thing. 14?
Yeah, that hits.
Yay! Second time's the charm. But it's only gonna be 4 damage.
Okay.
She steps out and goes, ah!
The javelin lodges in its rib cage and kind of sticks out halfway.
And he says, "I didn't think you'd actually hit me the way you threw."
Runs back in the fog.
Oh, you said that was -4?
Yeah, I have 4 damage.
All right.
That's-
And yeah, it's kind of like a track and field javelin. It kind of like goes in at an angle, and it drags. The tip drags on the floor. The other end sort of sticking up through its cavernous, rotted abdomen.
What I'm picturing is that you missed both times, but like me when I was playing dodgeball in school, the goal like jumped in the path. Just by accident.
It just hit
Oh,
the ground.
I
It
should've
hit the
jumped the
ground and
other
like
way.
thunk. It's like ow, backed into it.
Okay, the ghouls advance. This one, bruised and battered by a javelin, approaches and attempts to rake at you. Right, I like you rolling. Go ahead and you roll this attack roll again.
So this is a swipe at me.
Yes.
8.
8 miss, I assume.
Yeah,
The
my armor
armored
class is
man.
19.
And it will follow up with the quiet clacking of its jaws as it tries to get its teeth around you.
6.
Okay, you fend it off easily with your dwarven forged armor. Ha! Ha! You could scoff if you wish to, but if you're a stoic sort, we understand the scoffing is inside. And the one that's on fire, I'll roll a little fire damage.
Oh, please. Allow me to roll a
Yes,
1.
please do.
I'll portent this one, so it rolled a 14 on a d4. Just kidding. Takes one.
It makes it up to you and will attempt to wrap itself around your legs.
The one on fire.
Yeah, the one on fire.
They all
Tut,
like
tut.
you.
I'm the one that whacked it first.
Right.
So,
I think he's
Yeah.
the reachable one. He's
Right, right.
because you fell back, right?
so
Yeah.
roll for grab.
Yep. Roll opposing grab.
6.
6. Okay. I don't think you can do worse than that.
I don't think so, unless it's a natural one. 9.
All right.
Actually, it would be
It,
9.
it fails to grab you.
Nice.
Adrian, your turn.
All right, I'm gonna smack the one that's not trying to grab my ankles.
Okay.
The other one. Sweet. 19.
Excellent. Roll your damage.
Plus 5, 8, 13. No, 12.
Okay. Noted. It is looking
I'm
on,
gonna-
on the brink of destruction.
And I'll take my second blow.
Okay.
Ooh, sweet. 24.
Nice.
Yeah. Is it 24 damage? Oh.
No,
I
no.
see. Yeah. Go ahead.
And the damage would be 13.
You end it in a way that is fitting to you.
I just got this burning thing trying to grab my ankle.
All right. Lago.
Is that thing that I felt brush against me still brushing against me?
It was a momentary fleeting brush, but in this fog cloud, it feels oppressive. The sounds of combat, even though you know logically that they're in the room next to you, like through the muffled fog, the reverberation of the room, it feels like it's almost right next to you. Like something is, you can almost hear the crackling of the flames.
All right.
As if they were closing in.
I think I'm just going to close my eyes and plug my ears and let it pass.
I'm loving this.
Baldric.
So the only one left is the one on fire. That's crawling.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna just try my best to I leap up into the air and bring my warhammer down on the skull of that
Yes,
one.
attack roll.
It's gonna hit. Well, I don't know what its AC is.
It's low.
19.
Yeah.
24.
Yeah.
Okay. 4 damage.
Okay.
Not amazing, but okay. Yeah, that's my turn.
You deliver a blow that is well struck and only glancing because you assumed more of its body would be beneath where its dragging vestments are, but it's kind of sort of only half there. So,
Yep.
a solid blow. Anything else for you?
No.
Plenty. Petunia relays the situation to you
How
in squawks.
messed up does the crawling one look?
It is still moving with ferocity.
Vitality,
Uh,
ironically.
And all it's done so far is grab.
Yes.
Jake's trying to figure out whether he wants to set us all on fire just to
Pliny is going to rush out of the fog cloud
Okay.
with his 2 daggers out
Yeah.
and go, "If you want something done right," and just start jamming the daggers into the burning creature on the ground.
Please do so. Yeah.
So I have a pleasant dagger. It's 14 to hit.
Hits.
It's called Dark Prayer, and it does extra necrotic damage. So that dagger does 6 plus 3, 9 damage on the 1 dagger hit, and then I'm following it up with a bonus action stab from my dagger of warning.
Do so.
Just prison shivving this thing. And that will hit because it's a 23. and that's an additional 1. So that's 10 total damage. Stabbing this burning thing.
All
Say-
right, you stab it and bits of chunks of bone and fly off under the assault of your daggers, and you can cut some tendons and the sort of the vestments that seem to have also been kind of like animated with spirit that are working to hold it together. You cut some of those, and you can see it's now moving in sort of an off-sided fashion. But you know, because from fighting with your daggers, that the necrotic was ineffective.
And I'll yell out, how dare you desecrate these sacred vestments? I don't actually care. And Petunia will give advantage to you again. And then go back all back.
Bringing us to Radical.
I'm gonna want to talk to this. He's like, dude, what is even happening?
Yeah, while I'm stabbing it, I'll yell out, he said he wants the masquerade to the turtle.
Oh my god, what's a masquerade? That sounds
Here's a
fun.
masquerade for you. Stab, stab, stab.
He talks to the turtle?
That sounds so fun. Oh well. Out of curiosity, here's my question: would something like, here's what I'd like to do is like, because I have the divine sense. I want to get a sense like, is this evil or is this like actually a saint trying to come back to life? Like, were those ghouls waiting to like attack it, or were they like in cahoots? I can't tell. So yeah, I want to have a better sense of like, what is this crawling one?
Okay.
What's its deal?
You sense a corrupted presence. That there is a lingering core of peace, of veneration, of a presence that people would sort of lay their emotional burdens at its feet, would come to ask for its blessing. That has been puppeted by something unhallowed or malevolent. That there is a rot that seeks to pervade a place of community and worship, right? So that there's that the sort of you sense the old presence, which is very faint, but peaceful. Not as if it's like there's an overt magic, but just the kind of presence in like a functional community that has something it cares about and has had faith in for a long time. A very subtle thing, and then on top of that is something else that is puppeteering it, that is like an oil slick on top of a pleasant small yeah.
Okay. All right. So she's gonna determine that whatever that peaceful thing is deserves to rest. This nasty shit needs to go.
Okay.
So she's gonna try to hit it with a flail.
Yes.
And
Flail, motherfucker.
13.
13 hits.
Hey! And that's my. Where'd my other little guy go? Where are you? That's
Yeah,
gonna
I
be
should have saved my portent because their AC is so low.
That's gonna be a 3.
Okay.
And then she's gonna do it again, and that's a 19. That's gonna hit. And that's gonna be a 6. So 2 hits, total of 9. And she's gonna say, "Go back to hell, you weird, creepy, gross thing."
What are you hitting? Oh, you have flail.
Yeah, she's flailing with her flower
Both of
flail.
us are like pounding on this thing.
The
Surrounding
second the first hit sort of crushes part of its collarbone, and the second one hooks on the little diadem on the remains of its caved in skull and pulls it off, and it flings across the room, and as you say, "Go to hell," and your flail falls. A sort of a smoke, as if from a candle wick you've just put out, flows from its empty eye sockets and empty jaw, and it deflates and settles down. Still on fire, but no longer animated.
The combat has ended.
Rest, you weird old priest.
If I can, I'll try to, with whatever I might have in my pack, try to put out the fire.
Okay.
I'm gonna start searching the room.
That diadem. Somebody should look at.
That.
How long does the smoke last?
Until I plug up the pipe.
Somebody should summon forth our bard friend.
Someone tell Lago. It's all
Yeah,
cool.
we can. We'll yell out. I'm gonna yell out to you. It's all clear.
Sure.
All clear, Lago. Watch out for the wire. The masquerade. I'm gonna search the room while yelling that out, looking for magic items and
Okay,
stuff.
you can snuff out the flames.
Just about the flames, I just try to see what I can make out of the vestments and everything. If there's anything.
How hard is it to actually put out kerosene? Can you just
Oh.
cover it up with a blanket?
Well, I suppose it'll burn itself out eventually, right? But
you can. It's in no danger of spread.
water and blanket.
It's smoky, but not going to set anything on fire.
There's smoke outside. There's smoke in the room, Pliny. Everywhere you go, there's smoke.
Where there's smoke, there's plenty.
Your search of the room reveals that this is indeed seems to be a hall of reliquaries, and they range from things like other like piles of like bits of bone, or scraps of cloth. There are little pages with writing on them. There are illustrations, sort of artworks that depict scenes from saints' lives. There are remaining partial bodies, sort of kind of mummified remains in the part of the room that is still in darkness. Additionally, there's some nice chairs that have sort of been worn from time but are of good construction. That have kind of the solid oaken chairs with of ancient, the kind of like from a tree with really, you can see from the rings, like really old grained, and then we've got the kind of the paisley pattern cloth, right, cushion on it. You've got a plethora of little trinkets and knickknacks. Is there a particular?
I want to look in the coffin that the saint came out of.
Okay, yeah.
See if there's anything magical in there.
No, is the short answer. What you see in the coffin is not the coffin, but the alcove, is a sort of it's decorated with symbolic scenes, perhaps from this saint, perhaps from a broader religious corpus. Of there, is a falcon-headed person that is looking out upon a river, and sort of seems to be causing the river to flood. There is scenes of people giving food to the hungry, all decorated in various filigree. There's this particular alcove seems to be in silver filigree. One of the other ones at the far end of the room that's still in shadow is a scene entirely carved out of like scrimshaw, sort of as if from a myth or a religious text of an individual ministering and facing off a beast, standing in front of a village and facing down a beast, and those like almost like a comic book scene. Not a comic book, but that's
Does any of it look magical?
no magic.
And the
Scrimshaw.
diadem, which was removed from the saint, I bring it near Pliny's lantern. Does this look magical?
Does not register as magic.
No. Okay.
My hypothesis is that the moonlight is animating these corpses, and as it spreads across the room, we will have to fight more.
So we should just wait here for the moonlight to proceed across the room and be ready to battle.
Yes, or we could leave,
We could put a curtain up.
Yes.
We could put a curtain up and stay in the room.
Are there any curtains near the window?
Yes, you can find on a votive table where there's a bunch of unlit candles. You could take off the table cover and improvise a curtain.
So I had told you the pipe is on a string, so I'm going to yank the pipe into the room, bringing the fog cloud with it.
Okay.
And then when it gets to me, I'm going to plug it.
For the moment before you plug it, as the room sort of fills with this fog or smoke.
Yeah, it's an ever-smoking pipe.
Okay,
Adding
but
to the atmosphere of the spookiness.
Before it gets plugged and it dissipates, with the smoke cloud comes wordless whispers, right? As for a moment before it's plugged again, you're plunged into this kind of smoky place where the as if from the very walls themselves, there are echoes just at the edge of your hearing, and then it goes away. Yeah, with exactly that sound.
I wonder if what has happened here somehow is affecting that town down there. But still don't know why we're here. What is the reason for our being summoned?
Can we compare notes really quick? What was that you were shouting about masquerade?
I messaged the priest with the cantrip, and I asked him what is it he seeks, and he told me the masquerade.
And what did you discover?
Well, it seemed like he was probably like a pretty chill old priest for the town, like in the old days, but then like some dark force had totally been like, all up in his bones and stuff. So, I think probably originally he was probably like a totally nice guy, but yeah, whatever's going on here was pretty evil. So I felt pretty good about, just like putting it into it, sending it back. I think it's cool. But what about all those bugs?
Crazy.
I mean, that's pretty wild.
Yes.
Yes, the bugs are wild. I will look to see if any of the pages with writing on them are scrolls.
None of them are spell scrolls, but they're all accounts of either. Some of them are personal letters that have been given sort of a place of respect. They're seem to be purported to be letters, sent from the saint to somebody in their life, either to a congregation or to a known one, and some of them are merely scholarly accounts of, their hagiographies.
We could stay here and learn this new religion.
Oh my god, you guys know, I spent my whole childhood in a cult. I just do not need to be in this room anymore.
Yes, let us continue and get away from this cult of doom. I'll just walk out of the room.
We'll just keep going down the stairs, I guess.
Yeah.
I'll lead the way.
There were no other, obviously, doors or anything.
There is a at the end of the room. There is a door.
Oh.
Hey,
No
everyone!
way.
Hold up a sec. I will go and open the door. Yeah, I'll just open the door.
Go
It
ahead.
explodes, you die.
In the following room appears to be like a little combination of like office and storage space.
Ooh.
Like
Is there a desk?
there is a I would describe it as a very simple like a thing, like just a board that folds out from the wall and could serve as like a writing surface.
And is it down or up?
It's up at the moment, but you can see the ladder.
Okay. So I'm going to investigate the room. I've retrieved my torch and we'll bring down the desk and just look around the room.
Okay.
See if there's anything of note.
It is a place where there's a small jug of wine with a little stopper in it.
Is there any beer?
There is you root around behind the wine and find a similar jug. And you smell hops.
It smells good.
Yeah.
I'll take a swig. This has
Okay.
been a crazy day. Okay.
It seems to be a reasonable brew.
I'll call to the others. There's wine and beer.
I'll come running in with my lantern.
But
Looking for magic
There are no
objects.
papers or anything. I mean, I'm just looking for anything of note that might have told us like what's going on here. But maybe there's.
When you hold down the writing surface, right there, you can see that they're kind of lodged like as if it was sort of sandwiched there when it was pushed up.
Yeah.
There is a envelope that's sort of has been opened with a letter in, and there it is empty. But
There's nothing in it.
there's nothing in the envelope, but it was addressed to the prior.
And there's any other significant marking or on it? It's just.
It has a very simple seal. You can see that it was like broken when it was
Okay.
cut open.
Okay. Addressed, and the prior was the one. Well, we would assume the one. Well, actually, we don't know, right? The one that was on fire. We don't know.
No, that was
Yeah.
the saint.
Yes.
the prior would just be
You
like,
know,
"It's
in
working
these
now."
places they keep the saint's bones to revere them, but the prior is alive.
Pliny, please, you're speaking to a cleric. Yes.
Well, you know, I have studied many things, so
Yes. Okay. I mean, if there's.
It has the seal on it that it seems to be like from one man of the cloth to another.
Yes. What is that prior's name? It was addressed to? The prior.
Richard.
Okay.
The prior.
Richard Prior.
It
Okay.
was the one on fire.
And there's any
Prior.
other doors, any other papers?
No, this room is itself only like a little hallway, or not hallway, like a closet. Right?
Okay.
You've got sort of the stationery that you would expect in a
Office.
laconically furnished first.
And what is the beer in? It's in a barrel.
It's in a little jug.
A little jug? Like I
Yeah.
can take it with
You
me?
can carry it.
I'm going to bring it with me.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah, a little earthenware jug.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
I'm looking around for magic stuff in the room.
Okay, you illuminate it without anything appearing magic.
There are no magic items in this world. This world hates magic.
I will. I'll give the jug of wine to Radical. And
Oh,
she
thank
wants to
you.
bring it.
Talk.
Offer the beer to. Yeah. Adrian.
All right, I'm going down the stairs. Are there any other doors in this office?
No.
Okay, I'm going.
Yes.
I hope I don't die. Goodbye.
You go in front.
Yes. I'll pull out my daggers. Today I am the fighter.
Feeling confident.
I'll go first.
At the bottom of the stairs, or almost at the bottom of the stairs, rather, it is partially flooded. You hear as you come down it like the burbling of running water, and it is just a couple inches of water that runs through it. The source of the water is a hole in the wall, in the masonry, right? Like kind of where it's partially collapsed, and basically a little creek or spring is running out and kind of pooling here at the bottom of the stairs. It must be just a ankle height, and the water is running out into another room. So you have two places, right? That directions that you could go from here. You could go from the source of this little creek that's coming through the wall, or into the room where it's kind of the door is currently closed, but you can kind of see that there's enough gaps in it for the water to flow into it.
Those are the two choices. Well,
Through the door.
where the water is going, or where
How big
the
is
water
hole
is
in the
coming from.
masonry? It's like big enough for us to get through.
Yeah, a squeeze, but you wouldn't have to crawl. You would kind of like crouch and get
I'm only
through.
4 feet.
I am paralyzed with indecision.
I think Pliny and Lago go that way.
To
And
where
then
the
you
water
come
is
with us,
flowing.
right?
To the source of the water. I kind of want to get out of the building, but I will follow you and defer to you.
Let's see where the water is going to first.
Okay.
Yes.
I will go and open the door,
Okay.
assuming I can.
Yes. So the door opens out to the outside, right? You
Oh.
can see that it is out into kind of a sloping courtyard. So
Okay.
you're kind of
Oh, hang on. Let's close the door. Let's see where the water is coming from before we leave. Who knows who could be out here?
I think we should go to the town, but
I want to see. Maybe there is a. Who knows?
Okay. Before before we close the door, is there anything else we?
yeah.
note
This
that, like,
this
in
would
that
be.
brief
You could
instance?
imagine that this is sort of the water has kind of pooled because you're in the kind of like the bottom of a depression.
Yeah.
And it eventually finds a way to leave, but it's left like a sizable puddle here.
In the yard,
in
in the
this
yard.
part of the courtyard.
The
yes.
courtyard, which
Yeah.
is. Do we see any gravestones or anything?
Yeah,
Or is
yeah.
that-
You can orient yourself right to what you saw out of the window at the top of the tower, and you can see more mostly low-lying buildings. In that the buildings are usually one story, sometimes two, but they're at different altitudes because the terrain is kind of on a hillside with lots of depressions and rises. You've got the place seems no one is obviously out and about. but it's a tightly packed kind of cloister.
Okay.
And you think back to what you saw out the window, and you would be like, oh, okay, like on the other side of that building and that kind of low wall is where we saw like the graveyard, and then in this other direction would be probably the biggest building you were able to see, perhaps something comparable to it, like a chapel.
And that's this complex, but is there a like a path leading to the town, or we can't quite make anything like that out right now?
It is there is not an obvious path, but that's just due to sort of the direction, like the side of the. You came out on the side of the tower, kind of like lateral to the direction the window was facing.
Okay.
So if you could get on the other side of some buildings, it would be plausible that there would be a path into town.
Is the door knob similar to the other one, or is just regular?
This one is a much simpler doorknob of just made of wood, but also decorated caringly, if not with superb artistry, with sort of little scroll work. Whoever made it put a little extra attention into giving it some detail.
This was once a charming place, I'm sure.
Quick, let's shut the door and see where the water comes from. Maybe there is a magic pebble there. I'm gonna head back to the hole in the wall where the water's coming out of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Follow suit.
You enter through this break in the masonry, sort of splish splashing through this little creek, and find yourself in a very I guess for most of you this isn't an issue. It's very low ceilings, enough that you would not have to stoop. But if you were a human size, you would just brush the top of your head.
Watch your head.
Yeah, Tenny, Radigal's 5'9", so I'm like,
You're like the tallest. Right? I don't know how tall turtles are.
I'm 4. I'm a small size.
You're like,
I'm
we're
with
all
all
looking
these
up to
tiny
you.
heads.
Okay, so you're just barely brushing your head.
Your horns.
My horns are.
Yeah, there's like little sparks.
Everybody else cozy, and it's a catacomb.
Oh,
Great.
I love these.
Yeah.
And there is, the flicker of your torchlight or lantern light, kind of reflects the couple inches of standing water of whatever little spring has found its way, burst some wall or floor and kind of just left it slightly flooded and a little mildewy smelling. And the hallway, as far as your lantern can see, seems to go on for at least 20 or 30 feet. You hear the water is not stagnant. You can hear it moving very slowly, burbling out of somewhere ahead. It's chill, but not freezing. And you can sort of see your own reflections barely in the surface of the water under the torchlight, kind of waving back and forth.
Does this look like a complex, like hallways extending, or just a room?
The former.
I am filled with a desire to explore these catacombs. Perhaps finding a magical item or magic scroll. But if one of you feels strongly about looking in the chapel or the village, no problem.
The last place that we were teleported to, I didn't see any bugs. I got to drive this fancy modern carriage. Now everywhere we go, there's creepy crawlies.
Is the bugs too much for the player or just the
No, just the character.
Okay.
It's a good check-in. Well, there are 5 of us, if my math is right, Let's split up, go 5 different ways, 100 feet, and then come back and report.
You'd be surprised how many people do that. Always like, are you sure?
Well, who should pick the way? We can explore the catacombs a bit. We're here now.
Yeah.
Perhaps there will be answers.
Catacombs.
So, which way are we looking?
I feel comfortable underground.
North?
And is it just a continuous hallway, or do I see any splits?
Up ahead, there's a split off to the east.
And do the walls have like skulls in them, or
Yeah, they're
like the Paris catacombs?
Yeah, it's like that. They've got decoratively arranged both body parts and occasionally like little mummified, dressed up little guys.
Ah, this is exciting. I want to become a necromancer now. And I'm gonna like look for
It
magic
has-
items in the walls.
It has
gems and
places
stuff.
where, although they're currently unlit, like little sort of votive candles that flank the alcoves. It's got little narrow shelves where you can see people have laid, now dried out flowers. You can kind of see like just the stems and the sort of the wilted flowers. And there are little prayer wheels, things that you can turn little prayer wheels.
Just looking to see if any of them are magical. Well, praise the dead. Hey, Aldrich, I bet you want to go north and then turn to the east, yes?
Yes.
I'm right behind you.
No problem.
Yes.
All right. You round the corner, and in the stream, it starts to get deeper as you go downhill. It would looks like up ahead. You can't quite tell, but it moves beyond. Not a rushing torrent or anything, but it's beyond ankle deep up ahead.
But we're going upstream, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The water's coming
Yes.
towards us. Okay.
Yep. So it's sort of pooled,
Yeah.
and then it's kind of it's sort of pooled naturally, and then this is where it comes out. And
My boots are getting quite wet.
you see, Pliny, ahead in the pool, the glint of something magical under the water.
Oh! You see, I told you. There is
What?
a magical thing there.
No,
Right there.
this is a minor point. Can we see it? Only you can see it's magical, right?
Yes.
With the lantern.
The
We
rest
can't.
of you, if you have adequately high perception checks, right, can see
An object.
something, an object,
Okay.
right? But
Yeah.
things that he can see while under this spell, he can tell that they're magical.
Got it.
There's something magical right there, and it is of the school.
A rock.
Abjuration.
Oh, it is of the school abjuration. I cannot contain myself.
Do you want to grab it?
I hope you will all protect me. Here, does anyone have a rope? Please let me tie it to myself.
I
and-
want you to picture for ambiance the part of the Fellowship of the Rings where they're
With the Balrog.
outside, where they're trying to get into the door into
Oh, Moria.
Moria. Yes. And there's that lake, which kind of the dark lake with the laughing water.
I haven't watched it enough to,
Okay.
but I get
There's
the
a
idea.
serpentine creature
Tinny
that
just, I
emerges.
mean, Radical has like 2 javelins that she's just like spiking in
Like
the
ski
water.
poles.
Yeah, like ski poles, like checking for depth
Yeah.
before she walks and being like.
Baldric is occasionally taking a swig of beer and savoring the brew.
Good. I think you're getting a
interesting
feel for
notes.
there's a lot of I don't know, maybe they grow rosemary locally, a rosemary beer.
Interesting. I would like to get to know this village.
We will if we survive. So I'm tossing the end of the rope that I've tied around myself to Aldrich, and then
I'll get within 10 feet of you because with my
You've got about 20 feet to go to get out to this object.
okay.
I'm going.
My friends,
No.
wait, hold up a second. You sound a little worried, and things are getting a little more.
I have this rope. What could go wrong?
Yes, let me help some of you. I will. I'm going to cast aid. And but I can only pick 3.
No.
So let me. But Pliny, you're very powerful, but a little squishy. So you get 5 temporary hit points,
Yay.
or not temporary.
My
sorry.
hit point maximum goes up by
Yeah,
5
they're not temporary actually. It's for 8 hours.
for the whole day.
And our shelled friend, also 5 hit points.
Okay.
And then because you're always up front, taking you're kind of the most protective of us and always out in front, you get 5 hit points as well.
And
Your hit point maximum goes up by 5.
yeah, and I have the
You know, 5
aura
more
of
hit
protection, so if I'm within 10 feet of you, you can get a +3 to any saving throw.
For if we're within 10 feet, what is that called?
Aura of protection.
Nice.
Yeah, paladins, baby.
As long as I'm conscious.
Okay,
So
I'm
let me not get too
tricked
drunk
out.
on this wine.
I don't
Thank
know if the
you.
magic summons forth any bugs, but it's worth it, I think.
I'm gonna have Petunia like fly above my head and look down.
Was it
Yep.
cantrip? Or
No, it's a 2nd level spell.
second level
aid.
spell. Okay, I will get to that in
Okay.
just a moment.
Because
Spiders descend from
a
the
serpentine creature.
While I address everything that's going on, try to do it in order. Yeah.
I've got aid. I am practically invincible. Thank you, cleric. Soon we will have this abjurative item. I think perhaps there are 5. Perhaps there are 5 abjuration stones in this skull. Not just one. I'm imagining a skull with purple glittering eyes under the water. And I'm like,
That'd be cool.
yes. This seems very ill-advised.
It's an abjuration spider.
Okay, so the order that things happen. I was distracted for a moment.
Yep.
Your
Javelin.
who's the rope tied to?
Aldrich.
Aldrich. And then you were checking the depth of things.
I'm
You're right
checking
next to
depth, but
Pliny.
within 10 feet of him.
Okay.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Siobhan.
Hey, my man.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Hey, Aaron.
You thought it was just Dad out here.
Hey there. Hey.
Yeah.
That's a cool sippy cup. That's
What's-
like a
what's
+3
Lago
sippy
doing?
cup.
What's Lago doing?
Oh, probably just patting his back, making sure nothing's crawling.
You find in the catacombs as you were walking through, you noticed a place where all of the there was a break in the spider webs. And you looked at where it was, and on a little shelf there was a little stick of incense. And all around it, and the rest of it, like, it's kind of a mildewy place. You could see, like, old dead gnats kind of covering things. But around this stick of incense, it seemed to be free of that. Audric, what were you doing before we get back to Baldric?
I'm just securing. I have that other end of the rope, and I'm just watching what Pliny does.
Okay. So you cast a 2nd level spell,
Yeah.
and it works, and all the people get
Oh,
the
yeah,
stuff
something's
that
gonna
they get.
happen.
But it does, and
Should be worth
it
it.
makes something happen.
Okay.
All right, roll for me, please, a d20.
17.
2, 2.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she gave
That
it
was
a
really
smile.
cute. That is a cool sippy cup.
She's been cheesing lately.
You're a storm.
Storm cleric. Yeah, or tempest. But, yeah.
Excellent. You smell for a moment the scent of the shore, not the healthy, like briny salt, but like
Putrid.
that low tide rotting seaweed, and it's a premonition for a moment. You're like of a place where, yeah, the water is just brackish, like the edge of a swamp, at the where the cleansing storms don't quite reach, and from the walls, a haunting cackle reverberates.
Do you
and-
hear this?
Yes, everybody hears it. And out of the pool, a bony hand comes out. Not like bony as in like skeletal, like the morbid creatures you were facing before, but like something like a living thing, or more properly a facsimile of a how do I describe it? But I just mean to say it's not like decayed,
Right.
but just
A thin,
haggard.
like an old man's. Yeah, or something.
And it surfaces for a moment, reaches towards the land, towards you
Okay.
as your spell finishes casting, and then slithers back down into
Oof.
the water.
Ah,
And something about the pool of water has changed. Like it was sort of like quietly sort of flowing now, but now you can see like it's something's in it bobbing.
it's
like
like
it's-
it feels
it's-
alive.
Yeah, the water itself has been disturbed and has a fetid stink to it.
What was the scale of that hand? Like human scale?
Human,
Human
yeah.
scale. Okay.
Well, maybe that spell was a mistake, but
Do I see it or just him?
Everybody.
I think everybody,
Everybody-
sees
everybody
it. And
sees
does
it.
everybody smell the, or just more?
I think yours came a moment before everyone else. Like yours was more like a memory association,
Yeah.
but and then that fades. But then everybody can smell the kind of the unpleasant kind of like old brackish water
And
smell.
how deep is it here where we are? So it's no longer ankle
it
deep.
goes from perhaps ankle deep to deeper in the distance,
Which is where
at
he's-
least several feet deep
Okay.
ahead, perhaps.
Do I
deeper.
get any Fey vibes from this magic situation?
how would you judge that? Just do you want to do a roll of your choice of nature or arcana as a reaction? You can do a
Yeah, it'll
knowledge
be
roll.
Arcana.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like, is this where a night hag lives? Arcana, or some kind of hag. Arcana would be 21.
You do get distinct Fey vibes from this. You think that there is merit to your hypothesis.
This reminds me of something that I read about before. There are these hags. I don't know if it's a night hag or another kind of hag, but they like live in the water or by the water, and they have these disgusting like creatures, like caterpillar
Snakes
things.
begin crawling out of the water. Sea
Yes.
serpents.
How far away is the
this
obturative?
happens?
Yeah.
Okay.
How far away from?
I think maybe we go the other direction.
This is very familiar to me. I feel like I read a book about this. How far away is the obturative magic item from me? Where I'm?
20 feet ahead of you.
Okay, I want to try to grab it with mage hand before I walk away. I'm gonna mage hand grab.
So a lot of things are going to happen at once.
No
Okay.
boy.
So your mage hand, as you have seen happen a couple times when you cast these cantrips, like your mage hand
He's casting it as a 10th level spell.
creates a sort of like an off-putting environmental effect, right?
Right.
You can see kind of like a cloud of mosquitoes, like a dense cloud of mosquitoes, so many of them packed into like a couple feet, rise from the water and pass you around your face before passing off down the hallway. And you get the bauble. It is and pull it towards you, and it lands in your hand if you so choose, or a pocket, whatever you want.
I'm so tempted to cast Mage Hand and then have them struggle.
Yeah, more mosquitoes. Let's go.
You want the war on two fronts?
It is a the size of like a small river stone or a large pebble. Like not
Like you thought.
Not like not quite. Maybe ping pong ball sized, roughly. And it is carved into the shape of a what do you call it? Like the death's head, like a skull with purple eyes.
Oh yeah.
Stylized.
Say a
Am I
skull.
psychic? Mental powers.
But it is not. I know this is a subjective judgment. It's not gruesome or ghastly. It's contemplative. Its eyes are its empty eye sockets are, if anything, kindly, and around just around its jaw, and sort of and on its jawline and neck is carved a rose that wraps around it.
Very cool.
So, as that happens, right, I suppose, a moment before that happens, is when these sea serpents slither out. And for this, I think we will use some visual aids.
Yay.
So, if we want to take like a 3-minute break while I set up this, or a 5-minute break while I set up this battle map. So, the way this is set up is this is the direction you came from, right? The catacombs. This is where the water gets deep, right at that drop off. So you're sort of at the edge of it. I can scoot this easier. So you're kind of all up here, I think, right? None of you went into the deep water as of yet.
I was using my mage hand after we saw that hag
Yeah.
hand. So so this
And
can be
then-
like the shore of the deeper water.
No, the deeper water is where the elevation of the
Where it
Oh,
drops.
copy.
change.
Yeah.
Copy that.
and then over here is sort of like the kind of like the broken down wall where like the water is coming in. Like that's leads off to some natural cavern. So it's sort of partially collapsed and broken in, and that's where the water has come in and submerged that.
And you said we saw like a dry area with incense, like a little alcove back here somewhere, back a ways.
Where the spider killing incense was.
Oh yes. It's all so up.
It's all in that area.
Up in that top area, it's only sort of like ankle deep.
Yeah.
So what you've got.
I've got somebody editing the Elenia Toth videos and putting them out once a week now.
Oh wow! Really? They've been
Yeah.
posting.
Yeah, I mean, I've
Oh,
been
cool.
posting the audio really
Right.
slowly, but now there's 1 or 2 new videos are coming out, so that's gonna be steady,
cool.
steady now.
That's awesome.
So eventually these will get posted too.
Aldrich? Is that Aldrich?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
So
I'm the captain.
that's the other dwarf,
okay.
and this is Julie's character.
Which you can tell from like the hippie flowing.
She's
robes.
got hippy dippy stuff going on over there.
It's like I was a burning
Okay, so yes, so there was
burning dwarf.
a
last
thing
year.
that out there that you whooped into your hand
Mm-hmm.
simultaneously. And then the last place you saw, I'll mark the last place you saw this spindly arm come out of the water was somewhere over here, very very close to where the shiny bauble was, the little skull thing that you've now acquired.
Yeah.
And this whole place, right, has been kind of like the surface of the water has been undulating as if disturbed, like when in the aftermath of like a boat wake, right, where it was pretty still, it's undulating now, and these are functionally the same. It's the same thing. These are writhing masses of sea snakes that have come up to the edge of the water, and we
Remember the
can
brain
go
I do.
into initiative
hallway.
as they swarm into the shadows.
Isn't that when I firebolt and lightning
There's
bolt?
Yes.
There's 2 sea snakes.
There are many dozens of sea snakes in 2 distinct swarms.
I got you.
That's me rolling initiative with advantage.
A 2 and a 9?
A 2 and a 2.
A 2 and a 2.
I rolled
14.
fucking 2 2s as my initiative with advantage. That's
I'm
horrible.
14.
Okay, 14 for Ulrich, 2 for
Kill me. No, It's
Oh, you add
there's-
some stuff?
Yeah, 5.
5.
It's horrible. I quit D&D.
Baldric is 6. Hang in there, Jake. It'll get better.
I'm 7.
5, 6,
sixes.
7.
11.
All right.
It's just like when that Chris guy made me get paralyzed by the screaming demon. Or whatever other thing made me mad. I can't remember. But yeah, when he cursed me and gave me exhaustion.
Oh yeah.
D&D isn't fair. 5. I'm dead. I'm standing on the edge of the water with a 5. Sea
You
snakes.
have a +3 to any saving throw.
Yay!
You have 5 extra hit points,
And
buddy.
5
You're
extra
gonna
hit
you're gonna
I've got.
thrive.
I also have advantage on a saving throw if I want, because
And
I've got
I have
a
a
ring of
Plus
aberration.
3 on anything you roll
Yeah.
On any saving throw.
on a saving throw.
So if it spits something at you or whatever.
Nice. That's helpful.
Yeah.
Because you're in luck that it's based on my charisma modifier, and that's the one thing she's got.
She's, kind of hot.
She's really cute.
She's hot. Or
What's her
charismatic.
charisma?
well, it's 16, but I got +3.
She's
charisma.
dressed. She's dressed like she's gonna post her Coachella pictures on Instagram.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Radical, what is this selfie you speak of?
It's like, it's
Can you
really
just
just
stand here and
about
smile?
focusing on how you want to be.
Please don't hide in your shell this time.
Having a portrait made of that.
These hags are very dangerous.
It's alright. It's not as crawly down here. It's more slimy, and that's alright with me. It's natural for things to swim, but when they fly at me, ugh.
Indeed.
All right. Someone who can reach, please move one of those swarms to whatever the closest of you is at the water's edge.
Kill Pliny. Kill
That's
Pliny.
me.
All right, great. One of them moves into your space,
Okay.
writhing snakes.
What's in your space?
In the few inches of water coiling up around your feet. And the other one can move into whoever's standing next to you.
That'd be
Pliny.
Pliny.
Swarm some Plinies.
And we will start with the one on my right that's in Adric's space.
Okay.
Roll for me a bite attack for the snakes against your AC.
7.
You're rolling beautifully today
Missing.
for the monsters.
All right. So the snakes can't
Yeah, maybe you
as
should
yet
roll.
penetrate your
For
armor.
his too.
Yeah.
And Pliny, would you like to roll the ones that are swarming?
I don't know. Maybe he should roll it. Sure.
He's all-
If this is high, though, I'm done rolling for enemies. Oh, okay. 4.
4. Okay, missing you as well.
Yay.
All right, you're able to stay out of the reach of their jaws, pushing away their heads as their slimy bodies try to creep up and find a gap in your defenses.
Tut tut.
Do. The creature, the hag, rises up out of the water. Like you first see, like just an object that doesn't quite break the surface of the water. It's just that little like V of water as it's passing just below the surface of the water. You just see the wake as it slowly. It doesn't even break the surface tension until it gets close, right behind the snakes, and then rises up out of the water. Greasy, ragged locks and a gaunt face, the color of mold and lichen, like something. Its flesh is the color of. If you've ever had like a scab that falls off just a little bit too soon, like that kind of pale necrotic flesh. It's
I barfed.
laugh. Its laugh is too close. It sounds like a wheeze, a death rattle. That's right at the nape of your neck. And its visage sends a chill through your spine. You feel something rising in you, like a bile, that's like you're starting to lose control of your limbs, like you're shaking as you look upon it, and you have a moment, an instant, to decide whether you wish to face this fear head on or try to sidestep it.
Face it.
So I'll need an answer from everybody.
I'll face it.
I'll face it.
Face it.
Can you? I'm gonna face it, but can you just explain one? Just elaborate just a little bit more. It's like an impulse that I think. Oh, we might be able to avoid it or sidestep it. Or
How do I put this? Not the creature itself, but there's like a noxious presence to it.
okay.
and you realize it's having an effect on you.
Okay.
And you can and your choice is to either like try to like go against it head on or like avert it, step out of the way,
Avoid
metaphorically
hide,
speaking.
like a yeah. Okay.
Like
I'll face
not retreat or hide from it, but you know the danger as this danger is approaching
Lay
you.
low,
Like are you going to sort of like if if you're getting if a tiger or in a zoo was out of its cage and stalking towards you, do you stare it down or do you avert your gaze?
and hope it gets someone else. Like when I'm at the back of the yoga class and I don't want the teacher to like focus on me. Just kind of, okay, got it. I'll face it.
And Radical.
I'll stare
No
it down
face
at the
it.
back of the hallway.
Everyone make DC 11 wisdom saves.
Sweet.
It has this is a result of its just otherworldly appearance. It's not right. There's something just wrong about it.
I got 13.
We
Fantastic.
get plus
Pass.
3 from you.
Plus 3.
It's
Oh wait,
DC 11.
I'm sorry, 23.
And I think you all get bonuses from the paladin. So does
Oh.
everybody make it? DC
26. I
Nat
forgot about
20.
that.
Fantastic.
18.
Yep.
You are your unified decision to face it down is met with success. All right, you are so that is a for the remainder of this combat. You will each of you, as you have faced down this fear successfully, have an action point that you can use just for the rest of this combat. Is that what it's called? Inspiration point. Inspiration point.
Okay. Great.
So if you don't use it, you lose it, but you get it for free.
Okay.
Got it.
On top of any inspiration point you may already have, it's like a second one just for this encounter.
Because we all decided to face it and we all succeeded. And
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent.
Okay.
Does she appear like as a miniature?
Yes.
It's right there.
We just have a
I
dot.
have
Do you want to
minutes.
get
I
here?
just
I gave it to
substituted
him
here.
already.
Oh, yes.
We'll use this.
Oh,
Whoa. I want to see
Whoa,
this.
nasty.
Hags are fae?
They're fantastic.
They're fantastic. They're fatalists.
That's
yeah, and I
pretty
was
cool.
telling you guys that.
Yeah.
Like, I sense
Yeah.
a fey presence. I think it could be a hag. They
had
have
an
these
ex-
snakes.
Really?
Whoa,
Then he
Oh
had an
my!
experience with
Maybe that
hags
object is a
recently.
skull. I don't know.
yes.
He's learning a lot about it.
Am I dreaming
Yes,
all this into existence?
Can I tell what kind of hag it is when she appears? It appears.
You may use your reaction to make a knowledge check.
My reaction is so valuable. I will save it.
Okay. But from its appearance, I think you confirmed that it is a hag of some kind. based on
Maybe
your previous check.
right before my turn, I'll use it
Okay.
because then it'll get recharged.
Sure.
'Cause I might silver barb somebody or save somebody with a poo-poo.
All right. And it will come up next to you, kind of adjacent to that. Yep. So where it can reach you, Idrik. And
Cool.
then,
If it can reach me, I can reach it.
yep. Roll. It reaches out with horrid claws towards you.
12.
Plus attack. What's your
19.
19. Misses. All right. That brings us in the initiative order. It will slip away back into the water, triggering a attack of opportunity from anybody who's next to it.
I want to go for it
Okay.
because it just tried to whack me.
Yep.
Very nice. 24.
Okay. Hit. Roll your damage.
I guess I probably can't reach her. Yeah.
7, 12.
Okay. You give it a long scratch on its body that it only is able to keep from being a fatal blow because it sinks into the water. And it disappears under the surface.
Okie dokie.
Let's see here.
If you lightning bolt the water, is that going to mess them all up?
We're
know,
all standing in the
I
water
know.
too, friend.
That was just a thought. I don't have lightning bolt. I'm wondering if electricity travels like that.
While it does go underwater and swim away and is obscured from your vision, you can continue to see what square it is in. And it kind of hangs out here.
Oh,
It's sort of.
So
see.
she just tried to scratch him
Yeah.
and then dipped away.
Yep.
Interesting.
Bringing up to Adric.
I'm going to smack little snakies right in front of me.
Yes, proceed.
19.
Hits.
13 points of damage.
Okay.
In my second hit. Oh, shit. 11.
All right. As it is, so 13 plus 11, 20.
No,
No, that was
11
11 to
to hit.
Oh, that just misses.
Okay, so it's just the 13.
Okay.
Shot.
Sometimes the computer becomes electric.
It has resistance, so because it's sort of a mass of snakes, it's hard to pin down one exactly. But you cut the heads off of a few, weakening the swarm. 7. Okay. Like 1. That's the. That's 27. Okay. Lago.
I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire,
Okay.
and it's a 20-foot radius, so I think that's like starting right around there to try and get all of them in there.
Yeah.
It'll give us all advantage on hitting them, and it'll
Light them up,
make her not invisible, or it'll make us able to hit her under the water because she'll be outlined by.
and
Light.
they have to make a dexterity saving throw to try and avoid being lit up by it. Otherwise, they are affected creatures shed dim light in a 10-foot radius,
Okay. Dex saving throw.
and it's a 15 DC.
All right. The hag fails, so it is affected by your spell.
And the swarms.
Oh, it is also. Okay.
Get it, bro.
The one next to Pliny saves. The other one is affected.
Okay.
I'm not gonna waste my silver barbs on that. We get the hag. That's what matters.
So okay. So the rat and not the rat. The snake 2 is under fairy fire, as is the hag.
Some deck save.
Yeah. And then I'll give Bardic Inspiration to Pliny.
Yay!
And that's my turn.
Pliny receives bardic inspiration.
Hey, Julie. I got the big green die to go with the green set.
That's awesome.
Your fairy fire
Like the two-tone.
Yeah.
illuminates
Michael the
Yeah.
and I've had these forever.
third
Aw.
creature.
Finally got the
Where is the third creature at?
Well, where did you
summons.
center the spell?
I think I would have centered it right here so that it could catch the snakes and the
It's a-
hag. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And
Yeah.
then it would be like a circle around that area.
So you can see from the mud, from the silt, as your fairy fire for a moment lights up, kind of the water and spreads out in kind of like a wave and catches all those creatures. That at the very center of that ripple,
Yeah.
the mud shapes sparkling with fairy fire into a pitch black giant octopus.
So I think the magic is creating these things. Ah!
So the-
But
That's the
it's-
ugliest
while it is
octopus.
pitch black, it is fairy fire.
Okay.
Resplendent with color, and every time the fairy fire sort of goes down one of its limbs, it's what are they called? Chromatophores, right? Changes the color, and it tries to blend in with the camouflage, but it's just like a psychedelic experience, man.
Dude,
Anything else for Lago?
it's too late
No,
to get the
bonus
spores
action and action.
upstairs.
Okay. We
Trying to
move
what?
in the initiative too. Radical.
From where the Haggy is hiding or hanging out over there, can it hear me?
It is plausible that it could hear you. Perhaps not. Perhaps in a muffled way, as it's underwater.
Hey, lady, what's a masquerade? Okay. Well, then I think what I'm going to try to do is scoot up a teeny bit, if somebody can scoot me up just to the edge of it, and I'm going to try to turn the faithless on the hag.
Excellent.
You know, she's not a churchgoer type.
Be like, you
It affects Faye.
ugly lady. Anything. Each fair fiend, so if any of these other things attached to that.
Close to the ancients. Okay. You channel divinity. Present your holy symbol. Each fae or fiend within 30 feet of you that you can hear must make a wisdom saving throw. Turn for 1 minute. Okay.
They can
All right.
hear you.
They can hear, yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you. I will start.
Hey, lady,
Yeah.
you've got the love.
The hag saves. The octopus saves. Swarm on Adric fails in his turn.
Are you turning? Oh, this
Swarm
is
on Pliny fails in his turn.
Okay.
those two.
Swim away!
So the swarm. So you're
So on their
both-
turn, they'll
Yep.
move away.
On their turns, they must spend their turn trying to move as far away as they can. It's turned for 1 minute or until it takes damage. Can't take
Ooh.
reactions.
Did the hag pass?
The hag and the octopus both pass.
Of course, we don't.
And
know.
you roll that against my spell save DC, right? Or what is that roll?
What's your spell save DC?
Mine's 14. It's not great, so. I forget how those roll.
Can't take
you
reactions.
get yes. Yes.
That's
you can,
great.
You
Yes.
can see the
Thank you.
snakes in a frenzy,
Mm-hmm.
of, and they stop trying to attack you, and they just start swimming away, which we'll get to on their turn.
Yep.
They gotta stay 30
Also,
feet away from me.
Nice.
If the creature's true form is
Oh, yeah.
concealed by an illusion, shape-shifting, or other effect, that form is revealed when it is turned.
These, I think the true form of these sea snakes is revealed. Like you can still see them as sea snakes, but you see underneath it, you pierce. Not that there was an illusion, but that there was an underlying truth that these are. They're just ghostly apparitions of mud and water. Given
Summoned by the
form.
magic. Summoned by the magic.
All right.
Dope.
Leading us to Baldric.
Well, let's summon some more, shall we? So Baldric is going to come up to the edge here, and I want to. Do we have a? I have something I want to do where I
Yeah,
want
the
to.
measuring thing.
Yeah. Do we have a circle or no?
We
I can
do,
We
but
can
tell
just
me what the
eyeball
radius
it.
is.
It's a 10-foot radius. I want to capture her and then anything else. So it's not a lot. It's like 2 squares.
That's, yeah, you go 2 squares out and then draw a circle around it. So it'll hit the octopus
So the octopus.
if you start on her.
Yeah, maybe I'll hit.
If you start like here,
It'll hit everything.
you can hit everything.
But those guys are moving away. So I think what I'm going to do is
Oh yeah, and
knowing in my clerical sense what my paladin friend just did and not wanting
yeah,
to
don't hit him.
break them, I'm going to center something here to capture these two. And I'm going to cast Shatter. And
You don't want to break the turning.
Yeah.
And I'm going to use my Channel Divinity, Destructive Wrath. When I roll lightning or thunder damage, I can use my Channel Divinity to deal maximum damage. Now, of course, they still get their saves to get half damage.
Okay.
I believe that's how that works.
Alrighty.
But I don't have to
Sounds
roll.
like a fun time to cast Silvery Barb.
I'm going to cast Shatter as a 3rd level spell. So it'll be 4d8 thunder damage.
Maximized.
They have to, if they can do a con save against 15, they can get half. So that's 32 damage, or 16 damage for those two. Let me know when you're ready.
Well, let's find out if I need to make them reroll.
Okay.
Octopus fails, hag passes.
Okay.
What kind of save was it?
Constitution, I think he said.
Yeah,
I'm
Constitution.
gonna do a silvery barbs on that, so she has to re-roll and take the lower of the roll. And
Okie doke.
I'll give advantage to Mr. Choppy Pants over here. I'll have advantage. Don't forget.
I will not forget.
Let's see. Hag gets plus.
My first spell slot at the demon.
You said 15?
15.
Just passes.
I'm going to
Okay.
throw flammable kerosene on the hag.
Okay.
So she gets 16 damage. Octopus is 32.
Octopus is 32.
I'm going to do something else as my bonus action, but
Yeah.
oh no, I can't cast 2 spells, right? So
Not 2 leveled spells.
right. So I am going to do one more thing.
Unless you're a fighter and you action surge,
Action charge.
and then you can cast 2 leveled spells on the same turn. But anyway, I'm just being
Okay.
silly.
Yeah, so I'm going to use my bonus action to telekinetically shove the octopus. It has to make a strength save, DC 15, or be moved 5 feet away from me.
That's a cantrip?
It's a telekinetic. I have a telekinetic feat. with
It's
my
a feature.
feats,
Got it.
So
Okay.
it's not. I don't think it's magical.
Okay.
Strength save.
Strength.
save.
DC 15.
Fails.
Okay, so it
You move
moves. Do you want? I'll just move it like here. That seems like 5
5
feet.
feet.
Okay. Then I'm done, but I don't know if my magic has now as a 3rd level
Yeah,
spell.
so a
It's
lot
probably-
happens. So
yeah.
as you cast this, it's a thunder spell.
It's Shatter. It's thunder
Shatter.
damage. Yeah.
Okay, and the hallway fills with sound, and you can see like a when you have a speaker over like a body of water, it cavitates.
Yeah.
And you see at the place, the center of where you cast it, something starting to reform and get
No more
and come like ghostly, like a piranha of skeletal nature,
That's awesome.
and then the thunder does damage to eradicate them as they come into being.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Right, you did 30 some or 20 some
Guys, this is metal.
damage, and so they
That's awesome.
disintegrate even as their ghostly forms begin to apparate into this world. You scatter them.
That's awesome.
And did the hag fail on the reroll?
She
did not.
She's
Did
just
not pass it
succeeded.
again.
And
Poop.
your first level spell, when you used the what do you call it?
Silvery
the
barbs.
Silvery barbs.
Mm-hmm.
What would be appropriate here? Roll a d6.
4.
Okey-doke.
4 gnolls appear in the water.
Who did you give the bonus to?
To him.
Okay, next to you, right in the square next to you,
Maybe you cursed him.
a small creature, a small elemental creature, forms from the ambient light of your flickering torches. It radiates heat. It's a little misshapen. It's a method. It's a magma method.
Oh, good.
And looks around and I'll put it into the initiative. Yeah.
So the magic summons things, but if it's a damaging magic, I can destroy it right away too. That's what's going on.
20.
Possibly.
I don't even. This character doesn't even have that. Well, I'm gonna cast what I want to cast, even though it's gonna
We're just gonna
create
like
stuff.
50.
I'm gonna cast. I'm gonna cast slow,
Okay.
and that is a 40-foot cube.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put it here. So
It's like 8.
it's this whole section from here to here, and here to here, and then up and down. Right, it's a cube.
Okay.
So if there's anything else in the water, it'll get slowed too.
Yeah.
But obviously the primary target is the hag.
Yeah.
She'll make a wisdom save against DC 15. I can choose 3 things in the in the cube to get slowed. So it'll be the puss, the hag, and the turned thing in front of me, the snake thing in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
So wisdom save.
That is I think a fail. Yep. Hag fails.
Yay!
Octopus fails. They are both slowed.
Great, and then the one in front of me?
Will also fail.
Okay, so they have -2 to their AC and Dex saves. They can't use reactions. And on their turn, they can only use an action or a bonus action. And then also, if they try to cast a spell, they have to roll a d20 and roll an 11 or higher, or the spell won't work.
Okay.
Although this hag opened the fight with trying to scratch you instead of cast spells. You know what? I'm gonna do this backwards. So nobody in front of me has a reaction, but this mud mephit or this magma mephit just showed up and it has a reaction. So I'm gonna move before I cast the spell.
Okay.
And go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'm gonna go back here, so the mephit might get an opportunity attack on me before I.
It'll take a little swing. Missing.
Okay, great. And then I'll cast the spell and do all of that.
Okay.
So, that was my action. I move back there. Concentration on that.
Is Petunia around?
Yep. Hang on. Bonus action. Nope. Okay. And then Petunia, who I had on a piece of dice to show that she's, flying. She'll, you want advantage? Is that what you're asking?
I was just
She'll fly up. You still have advantage from silvery barbs, so I'm gonna give advantage to the cleric. So he'll take the help action on this thing to give the cleric advantage on it, and then fly back here, like 10 feet in the air, but flying near me.
Thank you, my wise friend.
Of course, anytime.
I meant Petunia.
Oh.
Owls, they are full of wisdom.
If
Clerics
things
love
go
owls.
south, I will uncork my pipe. Pass turn.
Okay, so at when you cast slow, all the things get slowed. Your spell successfully goes off. The hag writhes and splits open like an awful metamorphosis, and like something shedding a husk or a cocoon. A bigger, meaner, eviler looking hag comes out of its split open corpse in the same space.
But at least she's slowed.
I didn't realize they were like lobsters.
All right, that's plenty. Bringing us to the top of the round. Okie doke. The snakes will, as they are obliged, flee from Radical. Anyone who is adjacent to them may take opportunity attacks
do I
if
get
you
one?
so wish.
I'm going to take an
I
opportunity
think I
attack.
get one on this. Okay.
Okay.
One of them has fairy fire
wait.
still, right?
But if you hit them,
Oh, so you get advantage. Plus you had.
You have Silvery Barb's advantage too.
Plus the fairy
I hit.
fire.
Oh,
You
maybe
don't need
if I
it.
crit.
You don't need it.
Unless it's a crit.
Yeah.
So yeah, I hit. I got like 24.
You roll your damage. Their AC is.
7, 12 points of damage
I think.
for those snakes.
Yes, and they have -2 to AC.
All right. And then were you attacking the same ones that
Yes.
Baldric is? Or
This
the
one.
different one?
This
Okay,
one,
the other
yep.
one. Okay.
I haven't attacked any yet.
Okay. Do you want to?
I think not.
Okay. Saving your reaction, you chop off the remainder of half the remaining snakes, and sort of they flee.
Now they are no longer turned, right?
the one that got hit.
Yeah.
Oh, is that how it works?
The one
They're
that
turned
Adric-
until they're
Yeah,
hit.
until they take damage. Yeah.
So
Okay.
the one that Adric. Yeah.
Okay,
Or-
so then this one will continue to flee. This one will basically start to flee. That's when it took damage, and it'll get tangled up in the octopus here and confused.
Okay.
And this one will keep swimming as far away from Radical as it can.
Yes.
Okay. Hag still has fairy fire on it.
That's nice.
I am going. Someone roll for me. Let's see. How about you, Radical? Roll a D4 for me.
Not four.
Right there. The pyramid. Right there.
This,
Yeah.
3.
Okay. The octopus lashes out at the hag.
Woo!
Oh.
Roll a D20 for its attack roll, if you would.
Radical.
Yeah, Radical. You're
Yay.
taking on the octopus's.
Can I use my inspiration for
It has
the-
advantage from the fairy fire.
Oh, okay. I went from a 1 to a nat 20.
It looks.
You roll the 1 and then a
Is
20.
that symbol looks octopus.
That's a
like.
kraken. That's a kraken.
Kraken.
Okay.
That's amazing.
That was-
A 1 and a
I've never seen that before.
Just
I
a-
have. Just the
roll
other day.
roll
That's great.
2d6.
Nice.
How did you get the octopus to turn on the hag?
4 of 6.
Just random
A
octopus
total.
behavior.
And maybe
6,
it's crazed
so
or
6, a
confused.
4 and a
It's
2.
just attacking whatever's
It
in
hates
there.
being slow. It blames her for its slowness.
It doesn't. Maybe they don't all. Maybe they're not all on the same side. These things we summon, they just attack whatever's around them.
Maybe.
Which means we could just walk out of here.
We'll leave you
Yeah,
to it.
it's wrapped up in its the hag is wrapped up in its tentacles.
Is it restrained?
It is.
She is the
Yes.
hag.
Now you guys have advantage on it as well, and she has disadvantage on her attacks. He's got double advantage.
Baldrick's going to sit down, pull out his beer, a bag of popcorn, and just watch this unfold.
I'm gonna take out that magma mephit.
I'm going to
Baldrick's
leave
gonna
that to the
offer
gentleman behind me.
Baldrick's going to offer some beer to the magma.
No more magic, people.
That is all I know.
It's actually working out. The octopus we summoned is attacking the hag.
Yes, and slow is good, you know.
The hag claws back at the or no, not claws back. Tries to break the grapple. Someone roll for me a strength check for the hag, please.
11.
11, and someone roll for the octopus.
4.
It breaks free.
No.
No!
Free of
Silver
the octopus. And that is its action for the turn because it is slowed.
Yay.
So it has no reaction, no bonus action.
It can only
That's
do
like-
one thing.
Leaving us with the Mephit. I believe that is Adric that is
Yep.
closest to it.
Yep.
You can
Alright.
take it.
It will cast a spell.
Fit? It can cast spells.
And does that... I'm getting my additions mixed up. Does that trigger an attack of opportunity?
When they cast a spell?
Yeah.
No.
No. Okay. It's just at disadvantage if it's an attack. That's how it works, right?
If it's a ranged attack, it's at disadvantage. If it's a spell attack, that is... if it's a ranged attack, it's at disadvantage.
It will
You tell me the spell.
Fireball.
basically reaches out to you and your plate metal,
Ooh, heat metal.
and I'm trying to figure out
Scorching
what kind
grass?
of save. I
Shocking
believe it's
grass?
Constitution save. You can make a Constitution save as it reaches out with its fiery hands and tries to imbue your armor with its
Now, before you do
innate
that,
heat.
being bi radical, you get +3. Is that right? Because you guys are right next to each other.
Yep.
Yeah, to a save.
+3. Nice. Con save, it's going to be 21.
He has awful good rolls.
24. I
Okay.
saved.
That is well enough. The DC is 10, so you don't have to you don't suffer any disadvantage from it, but you do still take 2d8 fire damage from the
Wow.
heat.
Not even half.
Would you
Wow.
like to roll it?
2d8s.
Yes, 2d8.
4 and what?
And 6.
12 points of damage.
All right, fire damage from the Mephit. That's what it does.
Sploof. We must kill
That's
the Mephit.
all my bad guys. That takes us to Adric.
Okay. Should I go after the hag or take care of the Mephit? I'm going to do the Mephit.
I probably know about Mephits, right? I would say, be careful, I think they explode when they die.
How big is it?
I think it's medium. Let me see. Or small, maybe?
It's okay. I'm going to just whack on the Mephit.
It's small. It's small.
Mephit. 21.
Hits.
Ooh, and 25.
Okay, yep.
So, oh shit, what a lousy roll. 8 plus 6. 8 plus 6. 19 points of damage total.
Total. It is like if you've ever seen footage of like a lava bubble about to burst. Your sword even like you can feel the heat in your sword as the edge of it even glows red, almost like when you've been like hammering something out of the forge, so hot that your hammer starts to glow. That's what's happening to your sword. But this method is on the brink of disillusion. Almost, you can see from the wound that your sword left, ash pours from its twisted form.
And I'm going to do a bonus action, which is second wind.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And just get a little bit of healing back. 1d10 plus 6. Ooh, nice. 14 points of healing.
You're fully recovered.
I am.
Nice.
That's my turn.
Okay.
Portal time.
Can you, someone throw this method into the hag or something?
Could lift it up and throw it at the hag. That'd be awesome. It might burn your hands.
I don't care. That's
Largo.
for you. Although I could do something about that.
That's a great idea.
I have fire resistance.
Was Lago's turn?
Yeah.
Lago, what are you doing?
He said it explodes.
Pick it up and throw the damn thing. What the hell? It's not a spider.
I don't even have any attacking cantrips, so I think that's basically. I'll take the dodge action.
Okay.
That's it.
You didn't take vicious mockery.
No, I have light mending and message.
All right. Radical.
How would you explain if I wanted to try to take a javelin and hit it like a baseball bat? Like hit the like I want to try to whack the
Except it's kind of on the other side.
Oh, the method.
yeah.
Is your goal to
get
hurt
it-
it or move it?
To move it. I want to move it.
Yeah, you can do that. You
But-
can use it like a lever and kind of like do some kung fu to try and move it somewhere.
Golf.
Yeah, like a shove basically.
Maybe I'll use my I mean, that would be strength though. I'm not very strong. She's not as strong girl.
She's a paladin. She's a knight.
But she does have a but I do have fire resistance, so I could also just
Pick it up.
pick it up and throw it.
I think that would be awesome.
Yeah. I can try to throw it in the water.
It's
Throw it
almost
at-
dead.
Throw it at the hag.
So if you blow it up next to the hag, that would be cool.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking. If I could
you could walk over.
Throw it
pick
into
up.
the wall right there.
This is
Yeah.
all based on the assumption that I'm correct. But
yeah, right.
Yeah, you can certainly attempt to do like a judo type throw.
Okay.
And move it.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's go.
Yeah, make a strength check.
Oh.
You can let's call it a
How about performance?
your choice. Since it's a
Acrobatics?
Yeah, be a gladiator.
I'll say this: you can make your choice of a strength or dexterity ranged attack roll. I don't know which one is better for you. You can use whichever one is better.
Well, they're very close to the same. Well, let's see what happens. No. If it was dex, it's going to be 11.
Okay, that is not quite enough. Although you do have your, I will remind everyone that they. Oh no, I take it back. 11 exactly hits. That's enough.
It's the
Amazing.
the hag or the method. Like-
11 is the AC for the method.
Oh,
So
okay.
you can throw it.
Yeah, so I'm going to
Okay.
throw it. Yeah, try to throw it over
Yeah.
by the
You
hag.
toss it.
Whee!
And you're with your fire resistance,
Yep.
you're okay to toss it over there.
Ta!
You kick it, throw it, whatever you want.
Yeah, like
Okay. Anything else for your turn?
what, any
Damage it one more point somehow.
Yeah. So you,
Okay.
you have two
So
attacks.
then let me try to throw a javelin
Perfect.
from over there.
Come on, baby.
So go.
Boom.
Ah! Whoa, okay, 14, 15, 16,
That's-
17.
All right.
Whee! Well, it's just gonna be 3 damage.
That is enough. The method explodes in a death burst. In a burst of lava, each creature within 5 feet of it
5 feet, good.
takes this fiery shrapnel.
Nice.
Would you like to
Nice.
roll 2d6 for the damage?
Sure. Fiery shrapnel.
Octopus and
That
the,
is a 6 and a 6. I just rolled two
both
sixes.
of them fail their saves.
Max damage.
So both of them take 12 damage.
both the
You
puss-
see,
I think also the snakes.
Oh, okay.
I mean, based on this, the
Yeah,
you say it's within 10 feet?
No, it's
5.
like 5.
So Hag
Oh.
and the
Hag and the
snakes,
snakes.
Yeah,
Or
hag
the
and snakes.
octopus, too, because they were grappled together. Oh no, she broke free of the grapple.
Yeah.
So the hag and the already damaged snakes take 12.
You see, casting spells makes us grenades.
Excellent. Baldric.
It's amazing.
I think that was so the snakes did get caught in the blast.
Yeah.
These,
yeah.
one- these
They're-
ones.
They're destroyed.
Oh.
Okay.
Sweet.
Snakes
and
and
the
the hag.
method dilutes,
Woo.
Nice.
dissolves in
Nicely
smoke and
done.
ash.
Great strategy, guys. Thank you.
That was so good.
Good idea.
That was
Mr. White.
awesome.
There's a lot of fire around you guys.
Things are pretty hot.
Fire.
So, how's the hag looking, from what I can tell?
Was
I mean,
Big
wa-
and mean.
got
Oh, she got bigger and
yeah.
meaner.
It is
And that's when you cast
tangle
slow. Yeah.
the tangle with the octopus and the fire. She's in short not looking pretty good.
She's not looking pretty good.
She has
She's
avoided most of the harm that has been directed at her.
She's looking pretty good.
Is down
For a
is-
hag.
has most of her hit points left.
Does anyone have a paralysis spell?
Don't do it.
I'm gonna do more magic.
You can see a.
Does anyone, everything I've read about hags tells me that they always run away. I cannot freeze her, can you?
I have a I don't have paralysis, but I have a ensnaring thing. I can make spectral vines come up if I'm lucky, but I don't have a great TC, so
And restrain her.
I can make her smaller.
Well, her speed is currently halved, but that's not how hags get away.
You're afraid of her getting away.
Yes, every hag I have ever fought has always gone to another plane. Shoop. So, you know, freezing her is always good.
Well, she only gets one action, right? So, yeah.
No.
Okay. I'm gonna cast another spell.
Do
on the
it.
hag.
Make
is it an
spells
attack
good
spell?
again.
Let me just check something.
I'm gonna keep casting spells.
Come on.
I can only
We're running
cast
out at some
spells
point.
or
What else
go
you got?
stab with the daggers.
Yeah,
I'm not
there.
stabbing a hag
you're
in
gonna
the
go
water
wade
with
in
a dagger.
deep water to go.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Stab the
cast
hag.
Guiding Bolt. And I have advantage, right? Because she's fairy fired.
Yeah.
Make a range attack spell.
Ooh, advantage.
You
too.
don't have hold person.
what damage increase
Nope.
is?
I have enlarge reduce.
Enlarge me. It is time.
Then I stab.
The medium-sized.
Large.
Yeah. Make me
26 with Guiding Bolt.
But yeah,
That hit.
I don't think there's anything in the book that has a DC higher than 20 points.
Okay, 7. It's radiant damage,
Radiant, okay.
and it's 15 points of damage.
15.
And it was a first level spell
To the hag.
to the hag.
The radiant damage sears her.
Oh.
Great. to
That
know.
was a first level spell, you
Yes.
said? Okay, roll a d6 for me.
5.
5. Do. From the alcove the catacombs, you hear the rattle of bones as something springs into unlife
Here or here?
around the corner.
Here.
Around
Yeah,
here?
behind
Yeah.
us.
Okay. Oh,
That's cool.
did I heard that?
Yeah, you all hear it.
Okay.
Moo.
I'm going to take a step back, and I'm going to, as a bonus action, take another swig of beer and kind of observe the citrusy notes.
Excellent choice. Excellent choice. There's something very reassuring about it.
Yeah.
You
Excellent brew.
get one temporary hit point.
Oh, all the best brews come from Abby's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Lenny.
Is the other snakes gone, by the way?
They're running
They're
away.
running away.
Have they
You
left? And they're still
Yeah,
there?
they're on their way out. Unless you do something to stop them, they're just going to swim away.
Oh, I will. What are you gonna say?
There is a where he is placed one of these markers. Clambered out of the alcove is a freshly formed ghoul or zombie or ghast, sort of an unpleasant creature of bones.
City moves.
What the heck?
You want me to kill that instead of the hag?
I can take care of that.
Yeah.
That is one thing I can do.
Our turtle can go poop on it. And go hit it with his magic stick. Fuck it. Fireball.
Oh man, I can't wait to
Oh,
see what this
shit.
creates.
All right,
what
where
the
are you
hell?
centering the fireball?
Centering the fireball in between the hag and the octopus.
Okay.
So those two will make DC 15 dex
And what
saves.
about
Will
it?
that
Probably
reach this
be that
guy?
too. The
What?
snakes.
Will it reach the snakes?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So they can come back.
Light them up. I don't want to know what's going to appear now.
Hopefully something that will be
Something
immolated
that I
in the
will step
fireball.
away from.
As it is being formed.
Yeah, something the fireball will
This is a
kill.
losing
It's silly.
proposition,
No.
Ah. Fireball's
no.
never a
To
bad
fight things,
idea.
right?
I love to fight things,
This
but
is,
you
you're
keep.
all loving this.
I like it a lot.
making more
you keep
things to
making
fight.
more things.
Reflex save, you say?
It's a dex save.
Dex save. Fail and succeed.
Who succeeded?
The hack.
Silvery barbs.
Okay. Fail.
Yay! All right.
You got 2 spells.
And you think
Create
it
more
hits the
aberrations.
snakes too, did you say?
Yeah, roll your damage.
Oh,
There's a lot of twos. Let's see. 10, 25, 27. 27 damage to the octopus and the hag.
Okay. Octopus becomes Takoyaki.
Oh, I like
Octopus is
octopuses.
fried. The hag is. Sorry, what was the number again?
27.
27. The hag is badly burned. Steam rises from the water.
And what about the snakes?
The snakes are
Fucking
burnt
dead.
beyond.
God.
They are unmade.
But now,
However,
But
now a fire giant
in the middle of
appears.
your fireball, you see fearsome ghosts, specters with faces of malevolence, lost and howling for a moment before the fireball blasts them to smithereens. Likewise, at the same time, right, you cast your fireball, you do your reaction for your silvery barbs, so something terrible, like a spider with too many legs, starts to descend from the ceiling on silken threads, and then also into
see?
ashes.
I make grenades for you.
one hand
I blow up
werewolf.
monsters.
Molotov cocktail.
Yes.
Whatever that-
So I got my movement. The silver barbs was my reaction for after my turn. Oh,
the reaction for before my turn hits, because I was saving it and didn't silvery barbs anything. I want to see if I can figure out what kind of hag it is before the turn.
Green hag.
Green hag. Yum yum.
Or did I say that right? Yeah. What started out as a sea hag turned into a green hag.
Oh. Do I know anything provided by you that is advantageous against green hags?
Sure, roll for me.
Wait, so these hags, it keeps changing.
Which skill am I rolling?
This is Arcana.
17.
Advantageous. It's a mimic. It has many skills related to deception, either disappearing outright or appearing to be something that it is not. These illusions typically fail to hold up to like direct physical inspection. It is has some it is a dangerous foe at close range. You've seen it sort of manage to evade the worst effects of the attacks that have been laid upon it, right? Fireballs that would have reduced, to ashes, less dangerous creatures. It's barely able to evade by like staying under the water and still getting seared by the steam and heat. But so it's tough and cunning.
Do I feel like it was resistant to the fire?
No.
Okay.
But
Burn
the
the shit
radiant
out of it.
damage seemed to have a particularly potent effect on
Yeah.
It did.
So I'll yell all this information that there's a green hag. So there's this and this and this, and this is all the information about them. So enjoy killing. And then just move like here, wherever here is, and I don't know. I don't know if Petunia will do anything. She's gonna fly like directly above me.
Okay.
Yeah. She'll take the dodge action.
Shambling corpse hobbles towards Lago and takes a swing. Would you like to roll for me, Lago?
Sure.
Oh, this ghoul.
13.
Does a 15 hit your AC?
Give me a second.
No, he's got natural.
17.
Okay, excellent.
Natural 17.
Um,
and when you
into
go
a
in
shell.
your shell, it goes up to 19.
Oh, it goes up by 4. 21.
4?
Yep.
Shit.
You avoid its bites. Roll again for its claws.
Another 13.
Its claw. You said it's what was your AC?
17.
17. Its claws are better. Its claws just hit 17. Roll for me 2d4 plus 2 slashing damage.
Boo, silver barbs. Boo.
That's a 3. And that's another 3. So that's 6.
Okay. You take
Plus
some slashing damage
Oh,
and
plus 2. 8.
make a DC 10 con save.
God.
Uh-oh.
Now this I can stab with my daggers.
18.
You can turn it.
Oh yeah, you beat it.
Okay.
All right.
I cannot turn it.
There's
I can turn it.
its claws are coated with a foul poison that you manage to brush off before it gets into your blood.
Tough turtle.
And then I got to do the concentration. And that is a 13.
Okay.
On the fairy fire.
Yeah.
Well done.
Excellent.
We still have advantage.
Um,
Glowing hag.
She can't go invisible while she's fairy fired.
That's awesome.
That's good. But leaving to the other plane.
with a painful
What other plane? This is the
gurgle
only
that
plane.
turns into a howl. It is driven by rage and madness.
She goes slow.
She does.
Half movement speed.
Half
Yep.
movement.
Yep.
Okay.
15.
She's slinks into the shallows here, still underwater, but poised. It's as far as she can go.
With no action.
That's her action to move, I think.
No.
Right? Because she can only take one kind of action.
She can.
But she can move and take an action. Probably.
Honest Turner can use either an action or a bonus action, or not both.
So she can move.
Oh, she can move and take an action?
Yeah.
But she can't use. But she can't
She'd
use a
have
bonus action.
-2 penalty to AC and 2 dex saves, which would be helpful with the fireball. And it can't use reactions. On his turn, it can use either an action or a bonus action, not both.
So she can use an action. Or a bonus action.
No matter
Okay.
what its abilities, it can't make more than one attack on a turn.
Then,
And then if it casts a spell, it gets fucked up.
Slows the bomb, man.
then she will
Does so much.
come up
This is why I cast
out
it
of the
first
water and
instead of
try
fireball.
She doesn't like my guiding bolts, guys.
try to
Regular
Right.
damage.
I got you.
That's the way to go.
try to attack you.
Okay.
Oh, you're the
roll a
radiant
D20
guy.
for me, please.
That's an 8. Armor class is 18.
Okay, a miss. She sinks under the water. You can take your attack of opportunity if you wish.
Oh, she's leaving? Like she's...
Well, she just dives down
Excellent.
after she fails to hit you.
Okay. And do I get advantage because she's glowing?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
7. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 10. 10. Probably still doesn't
Not
do
quite.
much. Yeah. Splash the water with my warhammer.
Any trick?
I'm gonna hit, and I'm probably gonna use action surge to hit again,
Okay.
meaning four attacks.
It will be.
It'll be the first 2, and then I'll decide if I.
Because she is underwater, you will roll with disadvantage.
But
But she's
everybody
split
has advantage from Fairy
Oh, so
Fire,
that maybe it
so that would
cancels?
cancel
So
it out.
flat.
It's a flat
Roll
roll.
even.
Shit.
You get 3 more.
10.
Miss.
Oh crap. 13.
Miss.
15.
You're going up.
Miss.
You're going up.
Miss.
Miss.
Each one is
15, miss.
each one is higher.
Oh no! Wait, I take it back because she has a penalty to her AC.
She's got -2 to AC.
hit.
And
So that
then
15 was a hit.
and then 13.
13's a miss, but the 15 was a hit.
Great. Only
Wow.
one.
4 hits
Wait,
and
so-
an action surge.
But remember, you've got you all have. I'll remind you.
Yeah,
Your
that
use it or
inspiration.
lose it inspiration.
Yeah.
So you could start
Yeah,
re-rolling stuff.
you
if
could
want.
inspo one of those hits.
I'm going to one of them. So 10 points of damage for the one time I did hit.
Okay.
This is the payback for all the,
The
bad
dice-
rolls for every
The
other
dice
thing
give,
that
Right.
to hit
and the
you.
dice taketh away.
Yes.
It'll come back. around.
Okay, that's my turn.
Lago,
Um,
you've got a nasty ghoul in your face.
Take care of him.
I'm not really a melee bard.
Care of him. You know,
Well, sing a
teach him
song.
how to live. Teach him how to socialize.
What does a creation bard do again? You can like make things. You can animate
It
statues.
turns
Yeah.
desks into bears.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of bones around you. I don't know if you can turn skulls into.
I could try, but I think this fairy fire is probably a little bit better right now
Yeah.
for my concentration. I'm going to disengage and then go over here, away from the ghoul,
Okay.
and then I'm going to give Adric Bardic Inspiration.
What does that do?
Extra D8.
When you
Sweet.
attack.
When I
A
smack.
hit or a save.
Nice.
So cool.
I'm gonna
Aw,
Radical.
we like bards.
bard.
Okay.
I'm gonna bard right upside that hag's head.
Everybody's having so much fun with magic.
No. No.
Join the fun.
I'm gonna cast Moonbeam
No!
on that lady.
What level spell is that?
It's a. I think mine is a
The hell are you
second
doing?
level.
Remember, she doesn't take damage till the start of her turn.
Yes, my always prepared oath.
Okay, second spell. Go ahead and so a moonbeam, is that what save did she have to roll? Or is it just
I
on
think
her?
they do. They make a saving throw. Well, I don't know if it matters for that she's a changing hag, but Shape Changer does a saving throw with disadvantage. But they do a Constitution saving throw. When they enter it for the first time or their turn starts there, it's engulfed in ghostly flames and must make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, noted.
It takes 2d10 radiant on a failed save or half as much on a
Radiant.
successful one.
That's
That's
radical. That's radiant. Radical.
so
awesome.
that's my moonbeam.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also want to try to throw a javelin. Am I allowed
I
to
think
attack,
they're
or is
both.
that
I
it?
think they're both actions. So I think you can do one or the
One
other.
of the, I was not 2 attacks. Okay, yeah, I'll just do the moonbeam then.
Okie doke.
Like moonbeams from the sky.
I'm being followed by a moon.
Where you cast the moonbeam in her space, you see the light. You know, this pillar of light. You see it's illuminating sort of kind of a mucus as it falls through the moonbeam, and you look up to see a dripping, dangling pseudopod from an ooze that is clinging to the ceiling at the top of the moonbeam.
All right.
All right, taking us to Baldric. So right above, like almost directly above the hag, so almost within reach of you, sort of clinging to the ceiling, like you could reach out and touch it, or vice versa, is this ooze that has formed like a stalactite from the ceiling, and has coalesced there in the light of the moonbeam, which is starting to hiss as steam comes off of his body, and we'll see what happens when it's turned again.
Okay.
But it is present. So we're coming on to Baldric's turn.
Okay.
Radical put a moonbeam on the hag. On the ceiling with the moonbeam, there's an ooze.
There's an ooze?
An
Yep.
ooze.
Right.
I made an ooze.
And I can see the hag.
Yeah.
in the
Well,
water?
it's underwater. Yes. So I think
But-
you roll evenly, right? Because the
Fairy fire.
the
Cancels
fairy
out.
fire cancels out being underwater.
Okay. I'm gonna guiding bolt it again.
Okay.
Let me think for 1 second. This time I'm gonna cast it as a 3rd level spell.
Okay.
So it'll be 66 if I hit. 23, bringing down a bolt of radiant energy
Yeah.
into the water.
Mm-hmm.
So what did I say? 66. 9, 15, 18, 20 points of radiant damage on the hag.
Hopefully that turns into 40.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna step away.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go away from the action a little bit and turn towards this ghoulish creature, I guess. And just look for a second. And I'm going to. It's over here, I guess.
Yep.
Okay, you know what? Let me just think about my positioning. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 against this wall. And I'm going to telekinetically shove it. So it has to make a strength check. This is a bonus action. DC 15.
Makes it.
Okay, so it's fine, and I'm all done with my turn.
Okay, so the searing light of your radiant strike intermingles with the moonbeam and cascades down, twirling and twisting with the light of the storm and nature itself combining, and it scours the lichen and the slime and the warts from this hag, stripping it of all of its nasty moisture. It becomes completely desiccated and collapses into the water and floats for a moment inert. until it jerks, and a now mummified hand rises out from the water.
Wow. Good luck, guys.
It's now a mummy hag.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So the magic keeps increasing the power.
How many licks does it take?
The
Get
magic
to the
keeps
center of this hag.
It keeps increasing the strength of this.
Ixnay with the magic
It's like a Russian doll.
Pliny,
I think maybe more magic. That's what we need.
Can I,
let me ask one more before we go.
please.
DM question. Guiding bolt normally means the next attack roll would give it would have advantage against this, but I don't know
Okay.
with the transformation if that's neutralized.
I will. I think so. Fairy fire and
Oh, they already
guiding
have.
bolt and all of those stuff is still on this target.
Okay.
So, can I use not my action to examine the ghoul to see if I think it's an illusion?
The ghoul?
The puppy.
What is your? Yes. You can.
Like interact with an object kind of thing.
What would be an appropriate?
Passive investigation is 17.
If you want your instincts tell you it's not an illusion. If you want a more concrete answer, then some kind of action, maybe like your move action or your reaction to examine it. Some resource or ability you have. If you want a
Well, my
absolute, but
my
your-
instincts as a
your-
person with passive investigation of 17.
Your passive investigation suggests that you're pretty sure it's not an illusion, but you have not directly interacted with it.
All right.
It behaves like not an illusion.
So, is she like in the water?
Yeah.
Would I have to get in the water to hit her with daggers, or could I stab in the top of the water if I was standing here?
You could stab from the edge of the water.
Okay. Well, Petunia and I are gonna go over here, and Petunia's gonna take the help action. Oh wait, I already have advantage. Nobody needs advantage. Petunia's just gonna stay over here, just go right here and take the dodge action. All right. So Pliny's gonna say, "If you want something done right," start trying to stab into the water with daggers.
Okay.
So is it a flat roll or advantage?
I think it's flat. Yes.
Because she's hiding?
Yeah, because it's underwater, canceled
Okay.
by.
But
all
it's
the
not
other
it's
stuff.
not a hag anymore as far as we can tell.
No.
It's a mummy hag.
It's a mummified. At
Uh,
the end of this, it's going to be a Trask.
I'm gonna do. I'm gonna portent my first roll.
Okay.
So it'll be 21 to hit,
Okay. That hits.
and Dark Prayer is 7.
Does that? Is it like a
7
magic,
normal,
magic dagger that does
7 magic dagger,
Okay.
plus 1 necrotic damage.
Okay.
And then I'll go for a bonus action hit on it,
Okay.
which will be a flat roll. And that'll miss.
Are you sure? Its armor class is 11.
It'll miss.
Okay.
So that was my action and my bonus action and my movement. And that's it. Pass.
It was immune to the necrotic, so that was a total of.
That was 1 point of damage was necrotic.
Okay.
Yeah. It was
7.
yeah, 7 total damage before the 1.
Got it. Noted.
How did it look when it happened?
Your dagger sank into its dehumidified flesh in a way that left a wound, but not a satisfying one. Like if you had stabbed a person like that with blood and innards that could spill out, you would have disabled them. But it's got a ways to go.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say, "It's time to die for real." Pass.
Okie doke. We'll start with the shuffling ghoul. We'll shuffle over to whoever is closest to it.
That would be me.
She's also still slowed.
Yeah.
It's a tie.
Okay. We'll go with the one by the on my right.
That's me.
Okay. We'll do that.
Come to me. Come to me, ghoul.
Yes, ghouls and clerics.
Right. It makes an
Let's-
attack against
let's
you.
do
with
the
its-
dance.
With its first with its bite and then with its claws.
You want me to roll? Or
Yes, please.
okay.
The bite is +2 and the claws are +4.
+2 would be 10 against an 18 armor class.
Okay. Miss.
+4 is a 10
Okay.
against 18 armor class. So
All right.
misses both.
That's it. That's the ghoul's turn.
You're all
Fails,
happy.
fails to strike you.
Be gone, ghoul.
And the mummy.
Ooh.
Mummy and a
these are
moonbeam.
undead. Aha.
Mummified hag. But inside of that mummified hag
It's a dinosaur. It's Barney.
Is a beholder. Blah.
It's a Tarrasque.
In its what do you call it? Dehumidified state, aridified, aquified. Some other specific.
Well,
word
you said
there.
desiccated. Though.
Desiccated. That's
Yeah.
the word. Its dreadful glare is even more horrendous, but this time instead of a moist way, in a dry way. Who is the
And also
closest,
dehydrated.
closest creature to it is
I am, I think.
okay. It turns
Kill
its dreadful glare to you, forcing you to attempt a DC 11 Wisdom save against its
Advantage?
+3.
horrid.
Yeah.
But
Plus
Yeah,
3,
plus
not
three.
advantage, but plus 3.
Yeah.
22.
This creature holds no fear for you. And it follows up that rather milquetoast effort with a rotting fist.
No.
Wait, it can only do one thing.
It has a multi-attack.
Nope,
which is
it can only do one
action.
thing.
It is.
Slowed?
Is it slow? Does
If
it
the creature,
extends?
it says, regardless of the creature's abilities or magical items, it can't make more than one melee or ranged attack during its turn.
Okay.
So I guess if the stare was an attack, but it can use either its action or a bonus action, and then regardless of abilities, it can't make more than one attack.
Okay. It will only make one attack
Yay, slow.
with its. So
Ooh,
that
great
is a-
spell. Wow.
So the perimeter of the slow is right.
Very far. That's a good spell.
The those are both great spells. The perimeter is right up into the edge of the slow area. Is that,
No, she's just slowed. When I cast it, there's a 40-foot cube, and I choose 3 creatures
Got
in the
it.
cube,
Ah.
and then they're slowed.
so we can go over there.
Yeah.
Then how long
If
does
you
that
want to get in
last?
a bunch of water.
How long does a slowed condition
Forever.
last?
till you-
1 minute, 10 rounds.
yeah, so it's still at least a couple rounds left. One rotting fist +5. to hit.
So I'm rolling for a rotting fist hit. Come on, low roll.
All right.
Plus what did you say?
That's 5.
+5.
Plus 5, it's a 10 total.
Excellent. That moves the. Oh, that's right. I completely forgot about. At the
Moonbeam.
beginning of its turn, your moonbeam.
Yes.
So that
It'll
happens.
just be at the end of the turn.
Yeah,
That's fine.
and that happens.
Delayed
both,
moonbeam.
that happens both to it and to the ooze hanging from the ceiling.
Which I'm counting on to attack it.
The moonbeam is that a reflex save?
Is a con save.
Con
Con
save.
Con save. It passes, so it takes. Is it half damage? on
Half
a save
damage.
success?
Yeah.
And any kind of shapeshifter that's in its moonbeam moves into its real form.
Okay.
And it makes its saving throw with disadvantage
Okay.
if it's a shapeshifter.
Okay. Noted.
Where is it? Here it is.
If it fails a saving throw, it instantly reverts to its original form and can't assume a different form until it leaves the spell's light.
The ooze fails its save. The mummy succeeds. So what would the full damage be?
It's a 2d10.
Is a mummy inside of a green hag, inside of a night hag, inside of a catacombs.
So,
It's
oh
coming to
shit,
get you.
sorry, I hit it. That's a 3. That's landed in my book. That's a 10. So 13.
Total 13. Okay.
All of a sudden, someone shows up and tells you what the quest was.
Yeah, it's just like,
And it's Rod Serling, submitted for your approval.
protect the saint.
We should talk to people.
Whatever you do, don't set him on fire.
Don't.
It's like the quest was to give that saint a masquerade.
Yeah.
That's all we had. There were masks in the other chest.
Yeah.
Someone roll for me any dice and just tell me whether it comes up odd or even.
Even.
Okay. The ooze reaches down with one of its pseudopods. Let's see here. What do I want to do?
This could have been like an Eyes Wide Shut adventure, but
With the mask.
Could have gone to the masquerade.
But we had to take it a different way.
Somebody wanted to go to the catacombs.
Hey, the catacombs are dope.
The catacombs are
They're
dope.
dope.
We found our boss.
Agreed.
And your
What-
magical thing.
Which
we
one
don't
is
know what that
the
does.
creature
I'll find out.
right next to the hack? Who's that?
That's plenty.
There's plenty in the cleric.
That's plenty.
We're right there. I'm really close.
Okay. The
Plenty's in purple.
Yeah. The Pliny, you are almost directly underneath the ooze.
How far away is that vitality reach? 5 feet? Or
10 feet.
So plenty's beyond it, I think.
And a pseudopod swipes at you. +4 to hit. Would you like to roll?
You have extra hit points. You'll be fine.
I know, I don't want to lose my concentration on slow,
Oh yeah.
but
Got an inspiration.
I got an inspiration, that's right.
for you, so.
But I'm rolling for the thing.
You can use your inspiration to re-roll it. Worse.
Can I use my inspiration to re-roll the creature?
Yes.
Or maybe I should use my inspiration to re-roll my concentration save.
Oh,
That's
there
a
you
better
go.
idea.
Save that.
All right, I'll take the damage.
Okay. It's 3d6 acid.
Jesus.
I should have scooted a
No,
little
I
closer.
got 40 hit points. All I care about is the concentration. 8, 9, 10, 11.
Okay.
So I'm down to 29. And then I'm going to make a concentration save. Which I'll use my inspiration on.
Okay.
Come on, baby.
Bardic
You
inspiration
got this, Plenty.
Oh yeah, I got Bardic Inspiration. Whew. Okay, I pass. I still have the Bardic Inspiration. And so do you, don't forget. Alright, so I take my damage
So
and I
is it
pass my
you added
concentration.
the damage?
You
Huh?
have your attack roll or a saving throw or
You add it
Yeah.
to whatever you want, right?
yeah, you have it for
Not damage, but
Anything
an
but
attack roll.
damage, unless it's a swords bard.
I got you.
And then it plops down from the ceiling between you and Lago.
Does it climb down my throat and start eating my stomach from the inside?
Plop.
Blop.
Plop. Adric.
Ooh, Adrian.
I'm gonna do the hag.
Okay, you have it advantage, but is it out of the water? Is it the mummy?
Yes. It
So you
came
have
out of-
advantage.
So I have advantage.
Yes.
What
Thank
color is
God.
the ooze?
It is.
21.
I think it's. Yes, that hits. I believe it's transparent.
Nice. 13, and my second blow. 19.
All of that is.
Yeah, but
is that
still.
damage or? a hit?
That was the second hit.
Yeah, did you
19.
get damage for the first one?
Did not.
13.
13 noted.
And then my second one hit, so the damage would be, oh crap, 8.
It's not bad.
Okay, so
Not too bad at all.
Chipping away.
you feel like this mummy has less than half the
Chutzpah.
chutzpah left in it that it started with.
But no, it will turn into a mouse.
Don't do any magic.
Don't worry. I'm here to stab with daggers and take damage from acid. The whole point of not running up to it is not to take damage.
So you guys
So,
wanna keep melee fighting?
I've
it,
leapt
right?
into
I
the
do.
fray.
You got a hammer?
No, I know. I could try to turn it, but if I succeed, it would run away.
That's not it's not magic though. Turning.
No, it isn't. But it'll put it out of your reach.
Let's take it out.
Wow.
Whoa!
Holy shit.
That's really beautiful.
What the hell is that?
It's a pigeon.
Do they have?
That's
That
That's
that
kind
looks
of like,
like a
a
chicken.
domestic.
Big ass bird.
Yeah,
That is
that's
not.
somebody who keeps
a
them.
dove.
No, it's a pigeon.
But it's not a wild one. I don't
That
Nope.
is a big pigeon.
With the coyotes around.
Did it land or did it fall?
It kind of landed, but
Does
like
your
in
neighbor
a
have
flump.
Definitely something rare.
Yeah. Ah. Wow.
Careful, it might attack you.
It's a shapeshifter.
First, it's got to use.
Petunia!
Yeah, it looks like the cockatiel from the other game.
It's a real life petunia.
We have a neighbor who has chickens, and yesterday and today, going out for walks, we just see like these destroyed chickens around
Oh,
in different
yeah.
houses because of the coyotes. Just the remnants of them. That's got to be somebody keeps them.
Ed's got feathers all ruffled up on his head.
Yeah, don't scare it.
It'll figure out it.
Let's leave it be. I don't want it to hurt itself because it's scared.
Got little feathers on his head. Anybody lose a bird?
Alright. Back to this Mystic Pizza here.
Hags and slime.
So the mummy.
A swan apparates in the pond. And it tries to help us. We've had Peacock jump through the yard and stand on the roof.
The bane of Palos Verdes.
The Bane.
Yeah, people hate him. There's somebody that goes around and like kills them.
The parrots have been driving me
Arcadia,
nuts. That's
too.
like a charming aspect of this neighborhood is the parrots, but then they all
I
go in the
love them.
tree and then
They
they're
make
always
that
like,
mechanical noise.
They make a lot
parrots.
of noise.
Lago.
Yeah. Oh, my turn.
You are adjacent to a beastly gelatinous cube, reaching with.
oh, now it's a gelatinous cube?
Transparent. I think,
Is it a gelatinous cube now?
I think it always was.
You said it was an
just
ooze.
dripping down.
Oozy
A
appearance.
gelatinous cube is something that can engulf you and
Yes. Forgive me if I use them synonymously incorrectly.
okay, but it's medium.
It is. Yeah, we'll say this one's medium.
Okay, well I'm scared now.
Because you're small.
I'm going to use the disengage action and go behind Radical. And I will give Radical a bardic inspiration die.
Oh, thanks, bud.
Yeah, sorry guys, I gotta get the fuck out of there.
All right, radical.
Oh.
No magic, no magic.
What do you do? What do you do with a gelatinous cube?
Well, you've
You
got
roll
that
it.
moonbeam. That moonbeam just stays there.
Or you can move it around, but
You can damage it each turn with your action with the moonbeam.
the
so,
hag, the mummy,
Yeah.
the hag that's on?
the mummy.
Right. Okay. Let's play with my moonbeam then.
I think the hag's the big bad one,
Dude.
or the mummy.
Okay, yeah.
You can use an action to move it, so you don't have. So
I don't have
it'll
to
just
do
keep
anything.
taking the damage.
Yeah, it just does it every time at the start of her turn. So I don't have to do that.
Mummy's susceptible to fire.
I mean, it is desiccated. We've already used a lot of fire on its other forms.
but I think each time it has like new vulnerabilities and resistances.
You think?
Yeah.
I mean, has the mummy taken any radiant damage yet?
Let's see. Let's find out.
It resisted my necrotic damage.
Fire-
All right, I'm gonna
fire on the
try
mummy.
from over here. Let's try. I'm gonna try throwing my javelin at it from over here
Okay.
while it's in there, and then
With advantage.
with advantage. Give me that. And then I
Definitely
want to. Both of
Atric
those are
damage.
fucking awful.
Yeah, bardic inspiration too.
Thanks. I'm gonna use my inspiration reroll. Much better. 70. So that's a dirty 20 to hit.
Yeah, 1d
And then
turns bardic inspiration
I
into a
wanna
reaction, so that
it's gonna be a 1d6,
the
but I'm
bard's
gonna
primary job is not
do
reminding
divine
everyone that
smite
they've
it.
given them bardic inspiration.
So I'm gonna hit it
Forget.
for 3.
They always
Okay.
forget.
But then I'm gonna do an extra 2d8 of radiant damage.
Excellent.
Oh, that's horrible. But that's 9. So 9 radiant damage on top of the 3.
It is pushed to the brink of destruction.
Ooh.
The mummy?
Yeah.
It is.
I
Let's
just
see what it becomes.
radiant.
Smite it?
I divine radiant smited it with
Yeah.
my javelin.
Yeah, cool. Cool, man. Maybe I'll just stand there and stab it with daggers while it's
And well,
fucking ooze.
what am I
eats
doing?
me.
I didn't do anything with it. So that's 1. So do I have an extra
Oh, yeah, you
attack
have a
since I did
second
that?
attack, yeah.
Okay. So extra attack. Yeah, let's just try to hit it again. So I'll just try another one. Oh, that's a nat 20
Excellent.
to hit, and then that's just gonna be a regular. Oh, cocked. This is gonna be 2 more with my little
Crit,
javelin.
So you double it.
Almost there.
Oh, crit, so I double it? Oh, yeah. Oh, double just the 2?
No, you get a
So
roll the
roll
dice
the die
twice.
again.
Okay, so then that's 3 more, so 5.
Almost there. You're so close.
Somebody spit at it!
All right. After Radical's Baldric.
Okay, I'm gonna smack the mummy.
Oh, sorry, Baldric.
I know.
Oh,
but-
Baldric, sorry.
I know. I do the same thing. I mix up our dwarves. You know.
Hell, dwarf names sound alike.
Okay. Still got a mummy. Okay, so this mummy guy is almost dead. And can I? Everybody's oh, there's that gelatinous cube thing.
Yeah, fuck that.
There is a
Well,
gelatinous.
you guys can take out the hag, I guess. I will. I'll just smack this ghoulish thing in front of me with my
Smack
war
it.
hammer. You know what? I'm gonna. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah. Okay, so 12.
Oh, that hits. That hits its armor class.
Okay. Then it takes 7 points of damage.
7. Okay.
And that's all I'm gonna do.
Alrighty. Bringing us to Pliny.
Pliny.
Pliny. I'll put the extra N in there just to make sure it gets mispronounced.
Pliny.
All right. Trying to kill a hag.
Kill the
Mummy.
hag.
I bet you do.
A mummy hag.
Mummy hag.
A hag mummy. Advantage?
Yeah.
Daggers.
If you want something done right, you do it yourself. Double ones. That was pretty bad. But that's 15.
15 hits.
Yay! Yay! 7 of magic weapon damage and 4 more necrotic.
It is slain and
Boom.
you snip its tenuous hold on this world and it dissolves into the mud from which it came.
What was your quest?
Who's our contact person?
Do I get the feeling that the acidic ooze will like dissolve my weapons?
You can spend a reaction to make a knowledge check.
All right,
What's the
12. 12 Arcana or history.
You don't think so. You know that some
Stop
kinds
the
of
cube!
you know that some kinds of ooze can do that, but you don't think it's this kind.
Stab the cube.
All right, bonus action, offhand dagger, stab cube.
Okay.
Hit probably.
Yeah.
How can you miss? It's a big cube. Shouldn't be that
4 more damage.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say, "Get away from me, you disgusting cube!"
You can move, right?
No, because I'm engaged with it.
Yeah. You
It-
just risk
it's
an
not slowed.
opportunity.
Yeah, I don't want to get hit for 3d6 acid damage again. And I'll say to you all, you see, everything can die.
Even us.
And Petunia will give.
There's no more fairy fire anywhere.
Yeah, well, there's nothing on the ooze.
Or on that undead.
You have advantage on the
Nice.
ooze.
On the ooze?
Yeah,
I'm fighting the undead, but
the mummy's dead.
the undead.
Oh, all right, fine. You have advantage on them. Cool.
Okay.
Have fun.
I don't think it'll be as hard.
I hope they just evaporate when the mummy dies.
All right.
Your
The
attempt to
cube,
cast
the gelatinous
suggestion on the
cube.
dungeon master
Let's
failed.
let's do the ghoul first. The ghoul swings at you. Takes
Oh, yeah.
takes a swing. First with its
+2.
+2 with its bite, +4 with its claws.
Cocked, everyone. Okay.
Reroll.
16, but my armor class is 18.
Good for you.
Whoa! Crit.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Can I use my inspiration to roll again? Actually,
Did you get
that's fine.
critted on?
Yeah.
By the ghoul?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
I got
All right.
lots of hit
So
points.
the total, including the crit, will be 4d4 +2.
Okay. 44 +2. Oh, you know what's going to happen though? Let me first roll the damage. 5, 9, 12. That's 14. 14 damage. So I'm down to 33. Are you
And then a DC 10 con save.
con save?
Yep.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
No, maybe.
It seemed really afraid.
21.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to use my reaction. When a creature I see within 5 feet hits me, I can use Wrath of the Storm and inflict 2d8 lightning or thunder. I think I'll use thunder in this water.
Yeah.
It's definitely domesticated.
Yeah.
2d8. Or if it does
know what to do.
dex save, DC 15.
And
half
wings
damage.
might be partially clipped.
Fails.
Okay, 15 thunder damage.
It is thundered into bits. All right.
Nice.
Next, the ghoul. Next to it is Pliny and Adric.
Correct.
Those are the only closest guys.
Yep.
Okay. Roll an odd or even. Do you want odd or even?
I'll
Adric?
take even.
Okay.
This is for the gelatinous cube.
Even.
Okay. It attempts to move into your square.
Uh-oh.
So what that means is that it uses engulf. Now you can make a DC 12 Dex saving
Dex
throw.
or strength?
Dex.
A DC what?
DC 12.
Am I near enough to you to get any sort of
No, not the well,
Yeah.
10 feet. Yeah, you are.
You don't
Yeah,
need
you
it.
are.
You're not going to
16? But Dex we're talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a 17.
That's plenty. So
But,
you
yeah.
can choose to be pushed 5 feet away or not as it enters your space. You can choose to basically step out of the way or not.
And it's going to occupy my space.
Yes.
So I'm going to move this here.
Choice.
Yeah,
And I'll
out
move
of
back
the way.
one right there.
There you go.
You guys
Okay.
are all crowded over there.
Yeah.
All right, it fails to engulf you.
Thank
Yay.
goodness.
Yay.
Adric,
All right, I'm gonna whack it.
do it.
Great sword. 16 plus 8 is 24.
Yeah, I think you can only miss on a 1. Its AC is 6.
So 11 points of damage.
All right.
And then my second hit. Woohoo! Too bad I don't have that automatic, the crit
19.
feature. I gotta check, because it might be a crit. But I don't think this character
The
has
what? The auto crit?
Where like you
The
need
19
one
or
less
20.
to crit.
It's
Certain
a
fighters.
It's a,
20?
yeah,
Champion fighter.
that's it.
Oh, it's a feat. Also, certain fighters
It's a
have that.
The subclass champion fighter.
What kind of fighter are you?
I don't know.
And then there's
but not
like
that.
great weapon fighter or something like that. You
Well,
are
the,
a champion,
The
yeah.
Battle Master.
It says champion on your character sheet.
What are you trying to figure out?
If he
My
has the
character
feat
sheet?
that
Yeah.
makes a 19.
I looked
crit.
at it a couple days ago.
Yeah, I mean, if that's it's
A champion.
that's just a champion.
I think you're a
You got it,
champion.
full thing.
You got it.
I don't know if I.
You are, because you haven't been doing any extra crap.
The battle maneuvers.
Yeah, improve critical. I do have it, so that's a crit.
Okay, well your crit damage.
So 15 points of damage.
Alrighty.
Nice.
Yeah,
Ooh, and that
right.
was my first hit. Oh, I already gave you the info for my other
Yes,
hit.
you chew off chunks of it.
I wonder, does it have resistance though to all this?
It has not
I mean-
seemed to resist anything you've thrown at it. so
Resistance
far.
to Jello.
Cello shots. I take some of the parts
Beer.
that got chewed off and. No,
Mix it with the
Shove it in
wine.
your thing.
I think now's the time to be brave.
Buddy,
What took you so
you
long?
can do it.
That is an 8.
It's like it's not a bug.
Plus, okay. And it is a D8 whenever I find that. This one.
Was that a flat roll for your damage, like +0?
What?
Or what was it to hit? What was your to hit?
Oh, to hit is, I think it's like 3 more. Maybe 4 more. Would have been 5 more.
We should all cast much more magic now.
Yeah.
That's
No!
Creature.
for 6 points of damage.
Unless
Alright.
the hag was the source of the disturbance in the forest.
Yes.
All right, radical.
I'm gonna move my moonbeam onto the gelatinous cube.
Yes, moonbeam on the gelatinous cube.
Sweet! Good thing I got out of the way.
Yeah, don't be in its space. Because I was still gonna move it onto it, even if we were in it.
Does that go off now or at the beginning of its turn?
At the beginning of his turn, I believe.
All right, ooze moonbeam.
Yeah.
Anything else for you, radical?
No, that's good. I'm good. I'm just watching.
I don't know about these jelly things, and let me just think for a second.
You can spend a reaction to make a knowledge check if you want to learn more about it.
Sure. I'm trying to understand like what kind of weapon damage it might have. Resistance to. So that's I'm spending a reaction. 9. So probably not a lot.
You don't know what it might be resistant to.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna avoid magic right now, and yeah, I'm gonna just attack it with my warhammer, I guess.
All right.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna shoot it with a crossbow bolt.
Okay.
Keep my distance.
Yeah.
16.
Yeah. Roll damage.
3.
Okay.
3 damage. Yeah.
Plenty.
The ooze is next to me,
Yes.
Stab the ooze.
and is the mummy corpse right here?
Mummy corpse.
Floated
turned into
away.
mud.
Okay, so there's no like magic items on it and shit.
I mean,
Take care of business first.
I think you can.
You got something magical you could look at.
Yeah. Well, I always want more.
You've got the.
The skull.
All right. Ooze, you lose. You snooze, you ooze. Should I cast magic
Hey.
and see if the source of the magic
Your
of the storm?
highest level spell, ideally.
Yeah.
All right, daggers.
Wish. Cast wish.
Miss.
Oh, the ace
Oh,
is
it's
really
good.
low.
You can see
Inspiration.
6.
All right, I
Ace
hit.
is low.
I'm gonna throw the bardic inspiration just because it needs to get used. Just kidding. I'm gonna save it for when I roll a 1. All right, so I hit it and 8 magic weapon damage
Okay.
plus 4 more necrotic damage. That's maximum.
Okay.
16 damage on my first swipe, and then going with the offhand. Now that I guess will hit because it has no armor.
Yeah.
And it'll be 2 more. The 18 total damage to it. And then Petunia, or the ghoul's dead, so Petunia will give Mr. Stabby advantage on the ooze. Although we're all flanking it, so I should have rolled with advantage anyway. So yeah, pass.
All right. The ooze, some of the wounds in its jello that used to sort of slowly close up after you struck it are no longer closing up. It's some of its pseudopods are hanging limply.
Nice. Ixnay
it
and the
will.
Adjicmay.
All right, so we're gonna go. We're gonna roll a d6, and it's gonna be 1, 2,
That fireball was
3,
useful.
4, 5, 6.
Here it goes. 4.
So who does
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Okay,
6.
great. So it attempts to move into your space again.
Oh, piece of cake.
A dex save, DC. I think it was a what?
Does he have inspiration? Bardic
He does
inspiration.
Dex?
He does also have the bardic inspiration.
You
When
can
that's
ro-
plus what?
You
It's a
roll the
D8.
8. You roll the 8. and
Oh,
add
I'm
it.
gonna be fine.
Did its turn just start?
15.
Oh yes, it does. It does take. Okay, so we'll roll your moonbeam damage. Thank you for reminding me.
What is that? 9, 10, 11, 13.
7. Okay.
And my roll was a 15.
All right. you
Thank
can
God for bardic
Step
inspiration.
out of the way.
Yay!
How
Is
much
that like
did
a
you get from the
song you
bardic
sing?
inspiration?
5.
5.
think
So
it
you
might be
also
s-
get 9 temporary hit points.
Nice.
Ooh, so that's because
That's
you're
his college.
creation.
Bard.
Nice.
Oh, hi.
All right. Yeah, so just
Bright eyes.
switch its space, and
So you
then
get
we
to-
move into.
You get to move back there, maybe, or into the water, into the deeper water. Or this is like a weird game of chess.
And it's going to move to where he was?
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah.
Adric.
My turn?
Yes, your
All right, I'm going to take a hit.
Doing good.
Oh, 24.
That
roll
is.
your damage.
7, 12.
That brings it over the top. It can no longer. Its internal physiology is inadequate. Like a pierced single cellular organism. It just. What is it called? Apoptosis or something?
Yeah.
Like a necrotic cell.
So along with my beer, I want to take out some bread and a
Yeah.
knife and kind of spread some of the jelly.
Oh,
It is
I'm not going to eat it though.
like ectoplasm
Yeah.
that just kind of becomes denatured.
Okay. Excellent. Is there anything inside it?
It was pristine.
That's right. We summoned it.
Created from nothing.
Yes.
I'm gonna look around in the lake and stuff for magic items. Perhaps things that will help my martial friends.
That was okay. You to summarize, you recast detect magic, kill whatever it summons, and see that there's nothing more magic.
No magic.
Okay. Cool. Well, I know you wanted to go 12 to 4, and now
Yeah,
it's like
so
20 of
I
5.
will- we are minutes away from the plot resolution.
But I wonder if this is a more elaborate and replete world, if we should play it again sometime.
I mean, it's as replete as
We didn't even leave the
as
building.
many spell slots as you have.
Whatever's in the village, you know.
Let's long rest and cast more magic. So should we? I think we should head out.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll encounter someone who will explain these things.
In the courtyard outside the building, right? So you sort of tramp back past the water and come out of the puddle into the courtyard of this abbey.
Yes. This cursed abbey.
The moonlight has almost reached its zenith, right? It is almost midnight. The moon is almost directly overhead, and it creeps towards the graveyard. You can feel the earth rumbling as the worms themselves have all crawled out of the ground as if to escape something, like after a rainstorm. And you see a conspicuous statue at the head of the graveyard, standing sort of in as if in repose and watchfulness, like a protector by the curling iron wall, and it looks out benevolently, this stone statue over the graveyard, with one hand outstretched and a conspicuous place in its palm as if something is missing.
Something.
Put the skull in it.
Or it could be my corner.
No.
God, no, it's magic and I want it.
I will, with my invisible mage hand, pick Pliny pocket. Remove the skull.
Do you really have an invisible mage hand?
It's part of the telekinetic feat.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yep.
What's your roll a stealth check?
Oh. Okay. Let's
Yeah,
go with
go
it. Knowing that Pliny may be reluctant to part with it.
I want to know what it is before I give it up.
12.
Does that doesn't beat your passive perception?
No.
So it happens. This gem is slowly lifted out of his pocket.
I'm gonna stop it from happening.
Oh, I wonder, the gem is floating of its own accord. Maybe it wishes to float up into the statue's head.
Does it know about your magic?
When you do
How
the
do you
mage
know?
hand,
We do not know
bats
each other.
darken the moon.
Oh.
The
You forgot.
the skull cast a spell.
I'm going to try to figure out what this is.
Can I cast Identify?
You can.
All right, I'll just
nice.
do that.
Everyone get your weapons ready.
This in
I'm
earlier
ready.
editions
Lord of
was so
Beetles.
important
Yeah,
before they had attunement.
you fight another zombie.
Yeah.
I turn undead.
It is a abjurative stone that, when anchored to a hallowed place, is a massed restful repose. Is that what it's called?
Mass restful repose.
Gentle repose.
Gentle repose. A mass gentle repose.
I have no need of this.
What they do.
I will use my own mage hand, which is visible, to put it in.
Not the
statue.
coward's
Can
mage
see it.
hand.
Yes.
Everybody can see it. Yes.
You shake the spiders out of your purse, and it alights in the hand where it fits precisely, just as the moon's light starts to sweep over the graveyard, and hands that are coming out of coffins and punching through the earth, as the stone rests down, settle back down, and the abbey is once again a place of peace.
I'll play a little victory melody.
Yay!
Dun, dun,
Great.
dun, dun.
And then
That's the.
everyone
That's
disappears.
All right, let's do checkouts. Something you enjoyed about the session, and something you enjoyed that another player did. And does anybody have inspiration?
Well, you
I
said
do.
it was
Well,
just
that
for
was
the
just the
combat.
temporary.
for the.
I
for the
seem
combat.
to have
used
one
mine.
left over from.
And we'll
I
do
think-
an inspiration vote. Someone will get inspiration for the next session. Zav, do you want to go first?
I loved the session, Matt. I loved all the description and the atmosphere, and the overall plot, and trying to figure out what the hell was going on. That was great. And the fact that we didn't have a liaison to explain what we're even supposed to be doing was great. We were just kind of fumbling about in the dark. So great. I loved the adventure. It was great. And what was it?
Something another player did.
Oh, there were so much fun things. So many fun things. I loved all of y'all, but I really loved that. What's his name again?
Lago.
First of all, key moment at the end with the identify spell, because I'm sure Pliny was not going to play along. But just that, everybody else is like gearing up for combat, and you're like, there's like crawly things in here. I'm stepping back and going to my shell. I just loved the character. It's really awesome.
Agreed.
Props.
Inspo vote?
And that's just based on gameplay?
Anything you want. It could be a mechanics or a role play. Mechanics inspo.
There are so many mechanics.
What's that mean?
Just
Like you use the mechanics of the game well versus talked in a funny voice well.
Can I give it to the DM for having like the magic make everything crazier and crazier? That was the most awesome mechanic. And the hags turning into other hags and turning into mummies.
Yeah, well, he's a player too.
That's
so,
right.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'll give it to Matt. I forgot.
It was challenging. Every time you did magic, pops another problem. I like that.
Sometimes that popped a solution, like an octopus that attacked the
it's on
hag,
our
or the
side.
method that became a grenade.
Yeah, I made a grenade for you. And
Yeah, that was awesome.
fireball was useful.
And I liked a lot of the character stuff, but Pliny was pretty damn funny. So, and my inspiration vote, I'll go Pliny.
Yeah. Did you do all the things? Thing you liked about the? Okay. Sir.
Thing I liked about the session, the whole church scene with the kind of the gently swaying door, that was all set up. Like, I loved it. And then the whole scene that ensued with our battle with those zombies or ghouls or whatever they were, that was really fun. Like with the smoke and then the battle going on inside and then evolving into the fire. It was great. I think I'll give it to Pliny for the what was it? Everlasting pipe?
Yeah, the ever smoking.
The ever smoking pipe. Just clouding up the entire style. I thought that was great, and I thought mechanically it was pretty good too. And yeah, I think that's everything.
Yeah.
I really like the descriptions. That's always my. That's the thing that sets you apart as a DM, as you're very prosaic, prolific, wordy, but the words are, it's like reading a novel, and very clearly captures what we're seeing. Like when you talked about the the skeletal bats dragging themselves across the floor with their thumbs, their wing thumbs. Like you didn't need to add that. Like you looked at a table and it said some bats come out. You're like you made this whole thing happen. So yeah, really excellent descriptions. You know, going back to the first time when you did that city that's inside of a donut-shaped world, and I was just like, what? Fuck. I'm like in a Philip K. Dick novel. So yeah, compliments for you. Player stuff. Well, I think mechanically the max damage shatter was pretty cool, using the character ability. So I guess I'll do the mechanics vote for you, but it was good to get the champion crit. Roleplay wise,
Method throwing.
Yeah, you had the idea of throwing the method, which was really important, and like group.
Julie executed it.
Yeah, it was like a group effort to throw the grenade.
You throw them.
And yeah, hiding in your shell all the time or staying out of the way.
Yeah, what the heck?
Well, he's not Bo.
He's the opposite of Bo.
Spiders.
Yeah. So you got a badass smite in, and I always love her voice and persona. So well, I guess I did the things. All right, pass.
Oh, there were so many things. Like starting with the thriller narration at the top. Deeply appreciated that. Excellent delivery. I just love the concept and mechanics of this world where our magic just kept making shit happen. And then I also loved the utter defiance of Pliny and others to be like, oh, well, this is what I do. I'm always entertained by Pliny's absolute obsession with magical objects, much to the detriment of anything.
And the damn pipe.
Yeah.
The chaos.
Yeah. I mean, like, let's go. It's so good. And like, yeah, things other people have said. I love the smoking pipe. I love Lago hiding, just being like, I'm going in my shell. Never mind. And then this one's our fighters. You know, there's a room full of ghouls. We can't see how many. He's like, I'm going in. Fuck it.
We could bypass it.
Yeah. No, we won't. That was awesome, and I love the Russian doll hag that just kept becoming other hags. So that was all super duper fun, and I guess, yeah, for mechanics there were so many good things, but just for resourcefulness and spectacle, I think I too would give it to Pliny for the improvised Molotov cocktail setting a saint on fire as it crawled across the floor.
Which was like 1 damage total.
Yeah, no, but that's why it wasn't like for the actual. It was just for the spectacle of it,
Yeah.
of the flaming thing, and yeah, that was great. It was so great.
I want to recognize and credit all of you for so seamlessly like matching the kind of the horror vibe that I was trying to go for. So to kind of and you all grasped it and amplified it wonderfully, kind of like crawling through the the dingy place, looking for clues. I really enjoy very much when you guys when your characters find something interesting about like small details, even if they're not really related to the plot, like the shawl or the door handle. I think it's neat to have details like that are the character can be like, is this important or is this just something to look at? I want to give a lot of credit to everyone who was doing a fantastic job of keeping track of some of the finicky things that there are to keep track of. Very, very gracefully reminding me about the moonbeam when I needed to be reminded. Very, very gently, and I appreciate that. Both at least Pliny and Lago, and I don't think anyone else, but you both cast concentration spells and kept on top when I completely forgot of when you needed to make concentration checks. I really appreciate that, as a GM, when you're just like, oh, I know when I need to make these checks and I just do it. Great work there. So that's I liked how Baldric kept suggesting the party split up.
Just trying to be efficient.
Very, and for, you guys, you saw, you came up with sort of creative alternate approaches, up to and including the illusionist going in with his daggers, the throwing the method. At the very end, when Lago was like, "It's time to be brave," that was perfectly timed.
Waiting for the moment to take the stage.
Did you even carry a weapon? Did you just walk
I
up
have
and
a
kick
quarterstaff.
someone? Yeah, a club. Yeah. That's fantastic. The stalwart fighter and the stalwart cleric. The dwarves getting each other mixed up was great. I was worried I was going to do it. So much. I'm glad you guys took to it with so much gusto and really, took the setting for what it was, right? You didn't rebel against the setting, right? Which sometimes I know we can do if we don't completely get it, but you guys got it and made it work. Just for a tiny peek behind the curtain. The hag was never intended to be a Russian nesting doll. The mechanic is just when you cast a spell, a creature of CR equal to that spell level is summoned, and whatever spell you cast also applies to it.
That's why some of them
you
were getting destroyed.
You kind of figured it out, right? So when you cast a fireball, right, that's usually enough to kill whatever just got summoned into the center of the fireball. But it gets a little trickier when it's a spell that doesn't intrinsically disable something.
Yeah.
So
can I ask you?
So how did it work on the hag?
So the hag, you just, at that time, you happened to do enough damage to destroy it.
But then you summoned a new.
But then a new third level thing was summoned, and rather than it being a completely separate thing, just for flavor, I just be like, oh, it transforms the hag. And then I knocked off the hit points from the new thing, but it came back with the full hit points of a higher level thing, because I think it was the green hag or the sea hag was a CR2, and then the next one was a CR3. So it seemed like it got stronger. It was just a new thing that happened to come into being coincidentally when you destroyed the old thing from a behind the curtain mechanics perspective.
Yes. So was the entire adventure and it makes sense, predicated that there would be magic? If there was no magic used,
I had
anything
in the
happen?
back of my I had some what would you call it? Some contingencies to give you things to do if you instantly figured out we're going to be very sparing and careful with how we're going to use magic. Then
That's not our
then there would have still been things for you to do.
Yeah.
But I was pretty sure that
Magic.
most of the combat, I think you could have mostly gotten through it without combat if you had kind of been meaning to.
So we had to. So the goal was always to find
Find the thing.
this thing and
Yeah.
put it back in.
Yeah.
And we accomplished all this without even engaging, role playing with anyone.
Right.
Engaging with anyone.
That would have been like if you know
we-
if you had bypassed the combat, right, and or this had been, I would have said, oh, okay, here's now you come into a situation where you can basically interact socially with these creatures and try to
Learn.
like deceive them or trick them. There would have been like a creature that would have said, oh no, you don't get to do that, and then ultimately you would have had to either trick it or fight it.
Great. It's great.
Yeah.
This is really cool adventure.